Good morning. I would like to call the January 22, 2026 board meeting to order, and the time is 9:02. I'll start the meeting this morning with the Pledge of Allegiance. If you will please stand with me. Okay, we need the American flag. Okay, we'll just do it. Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And now we'll do the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. Now the board's mission statement and philosophy. The mission statement. The mission of the Texas Board of Nursing is to protect and promote the welfare of the people of Texas by ensuring that each person holding a license as a nurse in the state of Texas is competent to practice safely. The board fulfills its mission through the regulation of the practice of nursing and the approval of nursing education programs. This mission, derived from the Nursing Practice Act, supersedes the interest of any individual, the nursing profession, or any special interest group. Philosophy. Acting in accordance with the high standards of ethics, accountability, efficiency, effectiveness, and openness, the Texas Board of Nursing approaches its mission with a deep sense of purpose and responsibility and affirms that the regulation of nursing is a public and private trust. The board assumes a proactive leadership role in regulating nursing practice and nursing education. The board serves as a catalyst for developing partnerships and promoting collaboration and addressing regulatory issues. The public and nursing community alike can be assured of a balanced and responsible approach to regulation. So I would like to welcome all our board members, board staff, and audience this morning to this board meeting. This meeting is being held pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.127. Please remember to mute and or turn off any cell phones. Today's meeting is being held in person at the George H.W. Bush Building located at 1801 Congress Avenue, number 4.300, Austin, Texas, and is open for anyone of the public to attend and observe. We'll begin with the board member roll call. Dr. Benton?
Elizabeth Adamson, representing RN Practice.
Elizabeth Adamson, representing RN Practice, present.
Kathy Boswell, representing Associate Degree Education. Ms. Boswell is absent. Manny Cavazos, representing Consumers.
Manny Cavazos, present.
Daryl Chambers, representing Consumers. Mr. Chambers is absent. Carol Hawkins Garcia, representing RN Practice.
Carol Hawkins Garcia, present.
Maisie Jamison, representing Consumers.
This is Maisie Jamison, present.
Ken Johnson, representing LVN Education.
Ken Johnson, present.
Mary Grace Landrum, representing Consumers.
Mary Grace Landrum, present.
Nancy Lewis, representing LVN Practice.
Nancy Lewis, present.
Kathy Lederhorn, representing LVN Practice.
Kathy Lederhorn, present.
Allison Porter Edwards, representing BSN Education.
Allison Porter Edwards, present.
Drew Riddle, representing APRN Practice.
Drew Riddle, present.
Melissa Scott, representing LVN Practice.
Melissa Scott, present.
Kathy Ship, representing APRN Practice.
Kathy Ship, present.
And Rick Williams, representing Consumers.
Rick Williams, present.
Madam President, we have a quorum.
Thank you. We'll now proceed with the introduction of board members and staff. We'll start with you, Drew.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Drew Riddle. I represent APRN Practice. I'm a certified registered nurse anesthetist. I practice in Fort Worth, and I'm faculty at TCU in the School of Nurse Anesthesia.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mary Grace Landrum. I represent Consumers from Houston, Texas.
Good morning. I'm Carol Hawkins Garcia. I'm from San Antonio, Texas, representing RN practice, and I'm a clinical educator in the acute care setting.
Good morning. My name is Melissa Scott, and I am an LVN representing LVN practice. I reside in Granbury, and I work in Fort Worth at Cook Children's Medical Center.
Good morning. I'm Rick Williams. I'm from Killeen, Texas, representing consumers.
Good morning. My name is Allison Edwards. I'm an associate professor at Cizik School of Nursing, UT Health Houston, and I reside in Bel Air.
I'm Nancy Lewis, representing LVM practice. I live in Buchanan Dam.
I'm Maisie Jameson. I represent consumers, and I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Ken Johnson, representing LVN Education, and I am faculty at Howard College, San Angelo.
I'm Manny Cavazos. I represent consumers. I'm a CPA and attorney, and I am currently from Manor, from Laredo, from Brownsville, and from Matamoros also. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Kathy Lederhorn. I represent LVN practice. I also reside in Granbury. It's a great town. You should check it out. And I am a clinical navigator for Cadence Remote Patient Monitoring.
Good morning. I'm Ellie Adamson. I represent RN practice. I'm from Mission, Texas. I'm the assistant chief nursing officer at HCA Rio Grande Regional Hospital, and I'm also part-time faculty at the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Kathy Ship. I represent APRN practice, and I reside in Canyon, Texas, and I do women's health at South Plains Public Health District in West Texas. Now we'll do staff.
Good morning. I'm Kristen Benton, Executive Director.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dusty Johnston. I'm General Counsel with the board.
Good morning. My name is Nicole Buckingham. I'm the Director of Licensing and Customer Service.
Good morning. My name is Giselle Gonzalez, Director of Operations for the Board of Nursing.
Good morning. I'm Kathy Smith. I'm the Director of Nursing here at the board.
Good morning. Anthony Diggs, Director of Enforcement.
Hi, I'm Danielle Green, Assistant Director of Enforcement.
John Vanderford, Deputy General Counsel.
Paul Bradley, Lead Consultant for Nursing Practice.
Jan Hooper. I'm have a new role as a researcher and curriculum specialist.
Sorry. Love seeing the staff, and we couldn't do what we do if we didn't have this great support. All right, board members and staff, let's get started with reviewing the agenda. Are there any changes, corrections, amendments to the full agenda?
Madam President, there is a correction to the agenda under agenda items 7.4 and 7.5. Under agenda item 7.5, review and consideration of current position statements with changes. Position statement 15.10, continuing education, limitations for expanding scope of practice, should be moved from agenda 7.5 and considered under 7.4, review and consideration of current position statements without changes.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda with the correction to consideration of position statement 15.10 under agenda item 7.4, review and consideration of current position statements without changes?
Madam President, this is Ken Johnson. I move to approve the agenda with the correction to consider a position statement 1510 under agenda item 7.4, review and consideration of current position statements without changes.
This is Maisie Jameson. I second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second, and if no objection from board members, the agenda is approved. This vote is being taken according to Board Policy 2.7, Simplified Parliamentary Policy Rule 4. Okay, board members, let's review the minutes from the October 22, 2025 board retreat and October 23, 2025 board meeting. Can I get a motion to approve those minutes if there are no changes?
Madam President, this is Mary Grace Landrum, and I move that we approve the minutes as written.
Thank you. And is there a second?
This is Melissa Scott. I second.
Thank you. So having a motion and a second to approve the minutes, if no objection from board members, the minutes are approved. This vote is being taken according to Board Policy 2.7, Simplified Parliamentary Policy Rule 4. Let's move on to the consent agenda. Board members, are there any items on consent agenda only that anyone would like to have pulled off the consent agenda? This is for consent agenda only.
Madam President, this is Ken Johnson. I need to pull 3.2.4E off of consent agenda. I need to recuse myself from that vote because that is my employer.
Okay. And are there any other items on the consent agenda only that anyone needs to recuse themselves from? This is for consent agenda only. So seeing none, can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of agenda item 3.2.4E, Howard College, Big Springs, Texas Vocational Nursing Education Program?
This is Drew Riddle. I move to approve the consent agenda with the removal of 3.2.4E, Howard College.
This is Maisie Jameson. I second.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. So if you'll please vote. And motion carries. We will now take a vote on consent agenda item 3.2.4.E, Howard College, Big Springs, Texas Vocational Nursing Education Program. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda item 3.2.4E, Howard College, Big Springs, Texas Vocational Nursing Education Program?
I
Madam
move to
President.
approve the 3.2.4E report of the survey visit agenda item for Howard College in Big Springs, Texas.
Okay.
Vocational Nursing Program.
All right. And a second?
This is Rick Williams. I second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. If you will please vote. And let the record reflect that Ken Johnson recused himself. Okay. Okay. And now I'm waiting on Maisie. Did you push for? There it is. Okay.
It didn't.
So we will adjust that.
It's backwards.
Yeah.
It's like, it's not where it's
All right. So the motion passes, and does our records will reflect that Ken Johnson recused himself. Board members, staff, and audience will now begin the meeting with agenda item 1.1.
Sure.
Dr. Benton.
Sure. Good morning, board members. Good morning, staff, members of the audience. Welcome. I just have an overview of some items I'd like to discuss. A full copy of this report is listed on and linked on our agenda. First, nationally, the compact, the Nurse Licensure Compact, remains strong. We are at 41 states and 2 territories. And there is a full report on an update of the compact in agenda item 6.1, which is also linked on our website on the agenda. Connecticut was the state to most recently implement the compact on October 1st, 2025. Then just a touch on e-Notify. This is a service that is offered through NURSIS, which is the National Nurse Licensure Database. This is a service that allows employers of nurses and nurses themselves to enroll free of charge, and it offers push notifications when a nurse's license is up for renewal. It's extremely helpful, especially now that the board no longer mails out paper postcards to nurses. So if you are a nurse or you're an employer of a nurse, please ensure that people are getting signed up for this service. It's also a way for us to push other types of notifications to nurses involving disciplinary action, which is very important for the public to be aware of. So we really urge that. Right now in Texas, we have approximately 65.6% of currently licensed nurses enrolled. So that's wonderful, but we'd like to see that get up to 100%. Okay, the National Council of State Boards of Nursing has a program called the International Center for Regulatory Scholarship, and this is a continuing education, professional development certificate program. And I want to put a call out to Dr. Kathy Smith, who has worked so hard. I don't know how she manages completing all of her day work with completing this program, but she is completing the certificate, and she'll be attending a leadership ceremony in April. So congratulations. It's a lot of work. The courses are catered to kind of the weird, the different world of nursing regulation. And so a lot of the courses are offered by staff at NCSBN. There are also courses that are offered by nursing faculty across the country from various universities, and all different topics. And they're not courses just geared for nurses who work in regulation. They're geared for legal staff, for licensing staff, enforcement staff, really beneficial. That said, the program is going to phase out the certificate aspect over the next few months, but they will still be offering coursework. So more to come on that, but really wanted to mention it mostly to congratulate Dr. Smith. Welcome. Okay, some great news. The Gallup poll came out, I guess it was last week, and nurses remain at the top of the most trusted profession. Of course, this trend is continued since 1999, which was the only year with one exception in 2001 when firefighters topped nursing post 9/11. Dang it, yeah. Okay, otherwise in the news, I summarized some happenings around the world of nursing, well, around the country, and those are in the report. I won't read those to you. There is a new state council called the Health Professions Workforce Coordinating Council, and this is the creation of a council out of legislation that passed last session. I believe it was House Bill 3801, and they had their first meeting last Thursday. I represent the agency on that council, and I'll give a little more detail about that when we report on the Nursing Advisory Committee of the Texas Center for Nursing Workforce Studies. That's a mouthful. Okay. Legislative updates. You'll notice on the agenda there are some items for rule adoption and rule proposal, and those really are products of implementing legislation that passed last session, one of which is Senate Bill 912. So more to come on that. Senate Bill 912, of course, is the continuing education bill. You'll see that our Rule Chapter 216 is having proposed changes to implement that bill. In a nutshell, that bill will require every licensee to upload evidence of continuing education prior to each renewal. It doesn't change the content of what type of education must be completed or what satisfies what is defined as continuing education and what satisfies a continuing education requirement. It merely requires nurses, and I say quote unquote merely, to upload those certificates prior to renewal. So we are trying to get the word out through social media. Our newsletter team has done an excellent job putting articles in the newsletter bulletin to give nurses advance news of this is coming. We don't yet have a vendor. We're very working every day on that piece of it. We want to make sure that the platform we use is as easy to navigate for our licensees as possible, and hopefully at minimal to no cost. So more to come on that. But if you're a nurse, if you know a nurse, please spread the word that that's coming. The implementation date is September 1st, 2026. Okay, Operation Nightingale updates. Our entire agency has a touch on the work of Nightingale. We also, of course, work closely with the Office of the Attorney General, who we have contracted with to represent our agency before the contested case hearings. As of January 15th, a summary of the actions leading to closure of 179 cases now includes 18 denials of licensure, 68 licensure inactivation agreements, 8 default revocations, 27 proposals for decision, which those are reflective of a hearing that are favorable to the board, and 58 voluntary surrenders of licensure. So that's tremendous work. I want to thank everyone who's had a part in that, and the work continues. We're still very busy with casework related to Nightingale. And then very importantly, I want to introduce some of our new staff and share news about some of our staff who have recently been promoted. So when I call your name, if you'll just stand so people can put a face to your name. I won't make you sing or dance, I promise. So first is Ivan Flores. He started as a case manager for the enforcement compliance team on December 1st. He is a veteran of the U.S. military and earned his associate degree in network administration from ITT Tech, and has a bachelor's in project manager from the same school. His past employment includes being a record analyst position at the Office of the Attorney General, data analyst at DPS, and customer service rep at Texas Medicaid Healthcare Partnership. Thank you, Ivan. Next, we have Amanda Fisher, Amanda started as a case manager for the enforcement compliance team on January 5th. She has a Bachelor of Science degree in psychology and a master's degree in applied humanities from Arizona State University. She most recently worked as a paralegal for a real estate corporate law firm in Seattle. Her previous employment was as a senior laboratory technician at the Mother's Milk Bank of Austin. Welcome. Jennifer Latham started as a criminal justice investigator on January 5th. She has a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from Texas State and a master's degree in applied criminology from Texas A&M Commerce. She, with peace officer training and basic specialized NCIT investigator training. She was previously certified as a medical assistant and later transitioned to the criminal justice field. She has worked for DPS and other agencies, most recently at TEA as an investigator. Welcome. And Gregory Johnson. Nice to have you. Gregory started as a criminal justice investigator on January 12th. He has a master's degree in criminal justice from the University of Colorado and a bachelor's degree in psychology. He's a veteran, and prior employment includes the U.S. Army Reserve and as an armed protective security officer with a private security company. Welcome, Gregory. Vincent Hill. Vincent joined the APRN licensing team as a license and permit specialist on January 12th after serving as a temporary employee in the APRN licensing department since June of 25. He's worked with several agencies over the past 6 years, including the Workforce Commission, Secretary of State, and HHSC. And he has just become a part of the team very quickly, and we're so delighted that you came on permanent with us. Thank you. Welcome. And then I want to share some recent promotions. Carly Whitson. Carly was recently promoted to program supervisor for licensing in January. She is now leading our licensing team known as Team Texas. This team handles all renewals and applicants for RN and LVN licensure who attended Texas programs. She has been a valued member of our agency since October of 2014, after working with Texas Medical Board for a few years. She's held positions in APRN licensing, as well as serving as team lead in the renewals department. She holds a bachelor's degree in communication from the University of North Texas and completed graduate coursework at UT Austin in communication studies. Congrats. And Jeremy Rodriguez was recently promoted to program supervisor in licensing effective January. He has been with the board since 2022 as a licensing and permit specialist for the endorsement team, specializing in internationally educated applicants. Prior to the board, Jeremy worked as an account manager for healthcare services group for 3 years, and he is now going to lead our team known as Team BON. So we have Team Texas and Team BON, which is the brainchild of Nicole Buckingham, her creative approach to operationalizing her teams, which will handle all RN and LVN applicants who completed their nursing education outside of Texas. Jeremy holds an associate degree from ACC in general studies. Congrats, Jeremy.
We love seeing the new staff. Welcome and congratulations to those who are staying and moving on, progressing, and Nicole in her new spot and her teams. That's great. Thank you.
And I'm just about finished. I just want to wrap up to give a quick summary of, again, to brag on staff. we participate every year in the State Employees Charitable Campaign, which was established in 1993. And this allows state employees to elect to donate to a long list of available charities. And this year, or rather in 2025, the board participated and achieved remarkable success through the collective efforts of its staff and clearly through the leadership and creativity of Jackie Ballesteros and Keith Prezel. The board staff raised donations for approximately 40 organizations. And thanks to everyone's generosity, we surpassed our goal of $7,500 and raised $7,723, the highest contribution our agency has made since 2019. And approximately 50% of staff contributed. And among the 60 other agencies who participated, we ranked 19th, which is amazing. So very, very proud testament to the dedication of our staff and the compassion of our employees. And then last but not least, we also have an amazing fundraising committee that works throughout the year to hold really fun events to raise money. And this year, among other charities, our biggest project was we were able to raise money to sponsor 62 children who were receiving foster care in Texas to be able to give them their holiday wishes for the holidays. So really big hearts at our agency, which is so visible in our day-to-day work and in our outside activities. So just wanted to share that. Thank you. Any questions?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, at this time, we'll move on to 1.3, which is Texas Board of Nursing Fiscal Year 2025 Annual Report. Dr. Benton?
Thank you, Madam President. So this is our annual report for fiscal year 2025. And I won't read it to you, I promise. It's 10 pages long. But the purpose of this report is to provide members and members of the public and policymakers with an overview of the trends that we've seen. We generally summarize the trends over the past 5 fiscal years. And it's organized into kind of our main functions, our main areas, first being licensing. You can see the growth of our licensure population continues. Overall, our licensed population grew by 2.5%, and that includes LVNs, RNs, and APRNs. Our total count as of the end of fiscal year 2025 is 581 plus thousand. So we're getting close to that 6. The area of our licensee population that has continued to decrease each year slightly is the LVN population. Last year, that change went down by 0.7%. Our APRN applications continue to grow. They increased by 15% last year. So that is an area where we are really extremely busy. When we look to operations, you can see a summary of the items that we requested during the 89th legislative session. And you also see a 5-year trend of our revenue and expenditures. We continue to operate with a slight surplus. And Then we move into enforcement. Again, we had a very busy fiscal year of complaints. We had over 20,000 complaints last fiscal year. The great news is that we were appropriated additional FTEs that we requested during this session to allow us to add another team of investigators to help continue that important work that is so close to our mission of protecting the public. Other great news is despite our turnover and promotions and shifting of positions in the enforcement department, the percentage of cases that are closed within 6 months increased from fiscal year 24 at 74% to 86%. So that is a tremendous accomplishment. There's also a summary of the small percentage of nurses who hold current discipline. I know if you're a nurse and you read the newsletter, you've seen all of the listing of licensees who have had discipline in the past quarter, and it looks huge. But percentage-wise, because we're such a large volume state of licensees, it's actually very, very small. You can see the percentage of cases compared to the total population of nurses for RNs was 0.24%. For LVNs, 0.59, and for APRNs, 0.24. So a really small percentage. You also have a summary of the types of conduct that result in discipline. Those have not changed from year to year. Those remain pretty stable and static. There's also a summary of Operation Nightingale. And then we move into the nursing department, which includes nursing practice and nursing education. There's a 5-year trend of the programs that have been approved, the pre-licensure programs that have been approved by the board in the past 5 years, and a breakdown of the types of program in Texas. At the end of fiscal year 2025, there were 221 total approved schools of nursing. Then we have a summary of our NCLEX pass rates. We continue to have NCLEX pass rates both for vocational nursing and RN nursing, professional nursing, above the national average, which is a testament to the strong work our nursing education programs are doing. Then there's a summary of some of the activities, including a workshop that we held in collaboration with NCSBN for educators on NCLEX and item writing. And then a summary, it's a small summary, but it's significant. Our agency, in the context of Nightingale, has had to really do some deeper reviews of some out-of-state applicants to ensure that their education is substantially equivalent to what Texas requires before we can issue the license. This has created a tremendous workload in the education team and the licensing team. And we have hired outside education consultants to assist, but even so, these reviews take some time. This first quarter, it's not in the report, but this first quarter of 2026, we completed 75. But you can see during FY 2025, our referrals, increased to 386. So there's quite a few reviews having to be conducted. Let's see. I think I'll stop there. I've talked enough. I just want to open it up for any questions. And directors, thank you so much for your help. And I want to recognize Beverly. Is she here? I can't see with my glasses. Beverly was our edit master and really just helped pull this together beautifully. So again, I'll stop talking.
I just wanted to call a little bit of attention to the Operation Nightingale. And so I don't have the exact numbers, but when this happened and we found that these fraudulent licenses were being worked under in our state, it came to us on like one day, 200-ish cases. So here we are just moving along, doing our thing, doing our job, and boom. So now everybody's affected, education, enforcement, investigators. We have 200 cases, which just never happened to us before. And so that's part of the reason now the Attorney General's office helps us because, I mean, you see how many we have, and we work real hard, full-time, the staff, and so that happens. So then last year, when we're doing our budget, we get another referral of 200 to 300-ish, 300-ish. So that was 200 we've been working really crazy on that we haven't even completed, working really hard, and now we have those. So that's part of the reason our budget was allowed to increase because of that and needing the staff, and the staff just has not missed a beat. And so now we see how it's affecting education and looking, and it wasn't that we didn't dive in deep anytime someone came in and wanted us to accept their license, but now it's like, is it a true license? Did they get it from an accredited school, or did they buy it? Which were some of the things that were happening. And so I just think that it is significant. It's huge. It shook us to our core of protecting the public, and it matters to us about that. And so, these are nurses that are at every level, all the way up to APRN, because they had a fraudulent license and then built on top of that and went on. So as a board, I just want to, applause doesn't seem much, but it's, you know, we recognize that, and I just want the public to understand that we take it very seriously, and it, you know, it matters. And that's why these 221 schools we have, why our consultants work so hard with them, that when we say that you have a license, it is true, and the schools are doing their work, and our staff is doing that. So I just want to say thank you again.
Good morning, Madam President and members of the board. This agenda item for the board's consideration is related to a change in the approval status for the University of Texas Permian Basin from conditional approval to full approval based on the primary results, I should say, of the 2025 NCLEX examination. They have not been officially resulted yet, but these are the primary ones. Findings from the 2023 self-study and quality improvements to now align with Rule 215. In 2013, UTPB received initial approval from the board at the April board meeting. UTPB is nationally accredited by the Commission on Collegiate Nursing Education, CCNE, with the most recent accreditation visit taking place in March of 2020. UTPB offers a generic BSN program as well as an RN to BSN online program. Dr. Cynthia O'Neill was appointed in December of 2025 to assume the permanent program director position. And although Dr. O'Neill is currently serving in a part-time capacity at the university, she is well-versed in academic nursing administration with more than 3 decades of nursing education experience, including 17 years in senior administrative roles. Dr. O'Neill will maintain full oversight and accountability of the UTPB nursing education program. Over the past year, UTPB made many positive changes within the program, and as a result, the NCLEX pass rate showed markedly improved scores from 72.46% in 2024 to now 88.61% for 2025. Currently, the UTPB BSN program is in compliance with Rule 215. Although the board usually addresses approval status changes for professional nursing education programs at the April board meeting, when the previous pass rates are officially reviewed, board staff recommended this consideration for a change in the conditional status at an earlier date to allow the program to be able to admit students. However, in order to demonstrate quality nursing education, it is recommended that the program have continued monitoring for at least 2 semesters, where the program will provide data related to student and faculty attrition and retention, student program completion and graduation rates, and licensure exam pass rates to demonstrate continued successful progress within the BSN program. I thank you for your consideration, and I will now ask representatives from the university to introduce themselves and offer additional information. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Donnelly. Good morning, board members. This is Raj Dakshinamurthy, Provost and Senior Vice President for Academic Affairs from University of Texas Permian Basin. We appreciate this opportunity to come in front of you all to represent UTPB School of Nursing. UT Permian Basin remains steadfast in its mission to prepare highly qualified nursing graduates who meaningfully contribute to and to advance health of the communities we serve, which is Permian Basin. Given the critical nursing shortage in the Permian Basin, we recognize and embrace our responsibility to address our regional workforce needs. The nursing program continues to benefit from our strong community and stakeholder support, including more than $10 million from Permian Strategic Partnership, which allowed us to offer full scholarship for our nursing students, both for pre-nursing and clinical nursing students. So nursing students, when they meet the criteria, go to UTPB School of Nursing at no cost. In the meantime, through this grant, we are also identified multiple student support systems so that we can provide all type of student interventions, including tutoring, student support system, any on-campus support in the form of instruction, student support services, and so on. With this investments coming from our gifts and donors and supporters, we were able to make significant progress in last 2 years, which resulted in our pass rate of 88.6% for the calendar year 2025. With that, I would like to hand it over to our director, Dr. Cynthia O'Neill.
Good morning, board members. I'm pleased to represent UT Permian Basin this morning. I am Cynthia O'Neill, and I'm most recently coming from what was formerly UT Health San Antonio, but it is now UTSA. As Associate Dean for Undergraduate Studies, I had been there for the last 10 years. I do have over 17 years of administrative experience. I began my journey at Texas Tech in Lubbock, so I'm familiar with West Texas, and I actually expanded the traditional undergraduate program at Texas Tech to the Odessa. And so I have familiarity with the Odessa region from my time in doing that at Texas Tech, and I'm so pleased to be a part of this program now. We remain dedicated to having a quality program. We are in full compliance with the Board of Nursing rules and regulations. We have ensured that our policies support student success, and we are incorporating the 2021 AACN Essentials as reflected in our revised program outcomes and our clinical evaluation revisions. We also have strong support services for our students and robust clinical experiences. We are supported in the program by a highly committed group of faculty. We have 6 full-time faculty. We use just a couple adjuncts. This semester we'll be using 3 adjuncts to further support the clinical endeavors. Also, we have one assistant director that is assisting me. And then we also have one program coordinator. So in terms of leadership for the small program that we have, we are well suited to make sure that there is appropriate oversight and leadership and that we can be successful going forward. The institution is focused on sustaining this positive trajectory and on continuous program evaluation and enhancement. And we are excited about the future of the program for UTPB. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions, comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Good morning, Dr. O'Neill. And if I mispronounce your name, let me know. Dakshinamurthy?
Just go with Raj.
Raj.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Obviously, I have a vested interest because you represent the UT system. And so this is really a question, Dr. O'Neill, for the provost. So twofold question. How long have you been in the provost role?
3 years.
3 years. So in the past 3 years is when we saw the insufficient pass rates. So my question's really for you. It's hard for me to call you by your first name. How about Dr. D?
Please.
So my question's really for you. Why is this a part-time director role? Y'all have struggled. You represent the UT system, and that is not the precedent in any other program that I'm familiar with, that a part-time director role manages a program, and specifically because you all have struggled in the past 3 years. So why has that not been moved into a full-time role?
Oh, absolutely. That's a great question. We did a national search. We couldn't be able to end up with a qualified candidate with a terminal degree to be the full-time. Yes, 3 years ago when I walked in the academic affairs office as a provost, one of the high priority items is fixing the quality of the nursing program. And we have done everything what we can do to bring the pass rate up, ensure the quality is maintained while the quantity of graduates we produce does meet the Permian Basin needs. When we deliberated further about our needs with respect to the leadership for the nursing program in consultation with our president as well as from UT system, that evolved Dr. O'Neill. We talking to Dr. O'Neill. So we reached out to all the other nursing programs across state of Texas, try to find anyone can come and work for us as a full-time in our team. And so at this moment, Dr. O'Neill is a director for our School of Nursing. She is a 50% appointment. However, she doesn't have any other expectation, including teaching or service or research. Her only expectation is to administer the program. So typically when you have a director in this capacity, they are expected to teach and do research and other capacity, other things, other efforts. But in their current appointment, we are expecting her to just administer the program. In the meantime, we also have a qualified assistant director, full-time, on ground. Assistant director, experienced assistant director on campus. So they are also coordinating this effort. In addition to it, we are also able to secure a full-time program coordinator, a staff member, who help us with our assessment and program day-to-day operation of the programs. So in order to alleviate any pressure on Dr. O'Neill, we kind of put together additional support system to ensure we provide the attention to the detail so that we can maintain the quality of the program and ensure our pass rate stays above 90% or above.
I'm still confused as to why you haven't moved this into a full-time role. Is it what you started the discussion with was the nationwide search?
Yes.
Was that search?
Yes. It was a failed search. We couldn't able to identify a candidate to to a full-time director for School of Nursing who can move to Permian Basin, work at UT Permian Basin for full-time.
Relocation, sign-on bonuses.
Absolutely.
You sweeten the package.
Yes.
And still we're not successful in finding that person?
Absolutely.
Okay. So, and was that advertised as a full-time position?
Yes.
And so even though she doesn't have workload requirements for teaching, why don't you move it to a full-time position to allow her more time to be more involved with the faculty and the curriculum?
Yes. Yeah, so she is transitioning out of her current appointment at UTSA. So we want to give some time for her to get into this to UTPB role, but we have that opportunity opened up for Dr. O'Neill as soon as she transitioned out of her current role at UTSA, which she's working through UTSA operations right now as we speak. So we are open about it. We have been, from the beginning, we have been committed in identifying the full-time director for our program, either through a national search or through UT system. With Dr. O'Neill, we do have an option to bring her on campus whenever she's available for us. Yeah, sure.
Can I just add something, please? So currently we have 36 students in the program, as I said, and 6 full-time faculty. I am transitioning from UTSA, and as an associate dean, and I think Dr. Raj was shocked when he asked me how many students we have in the undergraduate program at UTSA, and I currently am charged with, or in that role, I was charged with developing, implementing, and evaluating the undergraduate program for 700 nursing students. I had over 144 people reporting to me between adjunct faculty, full-time faculty. I was 75% administrative, 25% of faculty role. I taught every semester. I got promoted to professor and all of those kinds of things. And as support for that role, only in the last 2 years out of the 10 years did I have a program coordinator to help me administer that. So I'm coming from that kind of setting and that lens, and to a much smaller setting, albeit one that has had some significant hurdles and all of that. But I think for where the program is, that it is sufficient to have the part-time appointment. And then as we start to enroll more students, if we're granted full approval and all of that, that it may be something to consider in a little bit of time from now, whether or not I would roll into a full-time position. So that's just to help give you a lens.
Thank you. That's significant. So this is Dr. Ellie Adamson over here. First, congratulations on the over 20% improvement pass rate from 2024 to 2025. I think that's a great thing for the students, especially as they continue to enroll. What's being done currently right now to sustain those improvements? Because I think that's important. 1 year, of improvements is good, but to keep them at that level going forward.
So the program has made significant changes in the way that clinical experiences are implemented. They went from a preceptor model to having full-time faculty with them in the clinical setting and being highly engaged. There were numerous curriculum changes that have positioned the students to retain and acquire the learning that they need to be able to make clinical judgments. We all know in nursing education that it's about that clinical decision making, right, and critical thinking, and the judgment model that National Council uses. And really previously, I can say that the faculty were focused more on knowledge-based learning rather than getting students to be in that ability to have clinical decision making. And the current full-time faculty that we have are all dedicated towards that, and the implementation of the 2021 essentials being more competency-based and the focus on on clinical judgment, et cetera, is helping to propel all that forward so that we maintain this momentum that the faculty and the assistant director had achieved. And I'm dedicated and excited that I can help propel them forward and maintain that kind of momentum, because it's really important for the community of Permian Basin and for the health of Permian Basin that we do this work. And so I just know that in the short time that I've been there, it has impressed me, the dedication of the faculty. And I think stability is also going to be important. So the fact that I'm a permanent director, I'm not an interim, I have longevity everywhere I've been. It's been 9 or 10 years. I had 4 years at Texas A&M in Corpus Christi, and that's been the shortest in terms of a leadership position. But I think that stability is going to be really part of the sustainability as we move forward.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I just had a second part to the question. The assistant director, was she already in her role prior to you joining, or was that somebody that you helped select?
No, she's been in the role, and she's also been serving as the NCLEX coach, and she's we're a full partner with ATI, and she's also well rooted with ATI and everything. So she kind of has both sides of the coin for us, and she's done a wonderful job.
Wonderful. I'm sure under your mentorship and guidance, she'll continue to grow.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, just a quick question. When you say you're at UTSA, are you at UTSA or are you at UT Health Science Center in San Antonio?
So UT Health San Antonio, or University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio, the longer name, merged on September 1, 2025 with UTSA. And so the institution is now one institution and called UTSA School of Nursing. And I'm transitioning away from that. I'm actually on terminal leave at the moment. My last day is January 31st. And so they were kind enough that while I'm on leave, they were letting me go ahead and assume this other position in order to help support the system.
I'm from San Antonio. I just wanted you to tell them that they merged.
The story, yes, and it'll be a great move, and it's very exciting.
So where do you live?
I live in San Antonio, just outside of San Antonio. I actually live in Floresville, a small community.
And so will you be locating to Odessa, or what are those plans?
I'll be commuting. The pandemic changed a lot of things for people. So even in my role with UTSA, I was remote for part of the time and then on campus part of the time. And so it will be the same for my role in Odessa. But what I want for you to hear is that I am really dedicated to the success of this program and this school, and am willing to do what is needed to foster that success. And so I'm committed.
Mm-hmm. I had a peer at one point who applied to work there several years ago, and she couldn't find housing. And so that was, with the oil and all, and she was going to have to find a place in Andrews and drive back and forth. And it just, it was just kind of red flags and everything for her. And I know that housing situation has been difficult. I'm from West Texas, so I understand.
Absolutely. We've opened up our on-campus housing for our faculty and staff and administrators. So Dr. O'Neill, whenever she's in town, she's going to have access to a duplex apartment on campus. So last 2 months, she has been in a hotel. Starting next trip, she will be on an on-campus apartment. Mm-hmm. So
I have one question. Good morning. Thanks so much for being here. My name's Drew Riddle. I have a question on the academic structure. I was looking at the website in reviewing the board materials, and then again today. So it looks like there used to be a College of Nursing as a freestanding entity, and that's no longer the case. It's part of the College of Health Sciences. Is that right?
Yes.
So, Dr. O'Neill, you'll report to the Dean of the College of Health Sciences. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so I'm having a little bit of trouble wrapping my mind around, is it Dr. Cates is the dean?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. So he has a PhD in communication science from Florida State. And you're going to be the director of the nursing program, commuting in 50% of the time and with commitment to the program, responsible for taking a program that's doing well, and congratulations. I'm not diminishing the success that you've had by any means, but from the lens of protecting the public, which is what we're charged with, we have a dean who's not a nurse, and an assistant director who I'm sure has responsibility, but ultimately the buck stops with you at the nursing program, and you're 50% time, and you're not there all the time. And I recognize you have an incredibly robust and profound history of administration in nursing, but it gives me I'm a little reticent to feel very comfortable that this is all going to work out just like it is, especially with you've said the plan obviously is to admit students and more students and grow the program. But it's a bit of a chicken and an egg thing in my head of we're not quite at the point of having a full-time program director, but we want to grow the program, and I'm concerned that there could be growth of the program that outpaces on-site full-time leadership, especially when more senior leadership within the college, absolutely no disrespect to Dr. Cates and his ability to lead, but this isn't his discipline. So help me square that up a little bit in my head.
Well, what I would say is that if we're granted full approval, right now the plan would be to admit 20 students in the fall. We currently have 36 in the program. So then potentially another 25 in the spring. By the time we get to those kinds of numbers in the spring and the subsequent fall, I would anticipate it will need to be a full-time position. That's what I would anticipate. But for right now, where we are and looking at potentially admitting students for the fall, if we're granted approval, and previous the trajectory was always to admit 30 in the fall and 30 in the spring. So not going for the full 30. Dr. Raj has talked about the max. Do you want to address that?
Yes, absolutely. I also want to add a little bit clarity about the academic structure at UT Permian Basin. The College of Health Sciences was established in 2019 only. Prior to that, it used to be College of Arts and Sciences, and the School of Nursing or the College of Nursing used to be part of the College of Arts and Sciences. One of the project which I initiated under the leadership of our current president 3 years ago is academic program reorganization. Through the process, we decluttered all the academic program and then even reconfigured the 5-year-old College of Health Sciences. So now we are all the health science majors under College of Health Sciences: biology, social work, psychology, and nursing, and exercise science, etc. So now the academic reorganization project has been completed. It took us 2 years. It's not just getting internal approvals, it's also getting UT system approval, renaming the colleges and the board approval and so on. We got that process done last summer. And we already started the national search for the Dean for College of Health Sciences. It's ongoing right now. I'm interviewing 4 candidates tomorrow afternoon. I'm interviewing 4 more next week. There were 2 candidates with a terminal degree in nursing. I'm excited to visit with them this week and next week. So we are in the process of identifying the full-time Dean for College of Health Sciences, who does have expertise within the subject matter of the college. The reason for having Dr. Cates previously served as a chair and the dean in regional comprehensive universities for more than 2 decades. It's purely administrative experience, facilitated this opportunity for us, and he also worked for us in the communication department as a faculty. So he's an internal interim appointee who does bring in extensive experience administering academic program on the colleges. So he is doing a phenomenal job during the transition period. So our commitment is to identify the full-time dean as soon as this May of 2026. With respect to the numbers, that's a lesson learned from our previous 2022 to 2024, is striking that balance between the quantity and the quality. And now it seems like we found our recipe, what is working for us. We would like to build from that with that extensive experience Dr. O'Neill bring it to our table, to our group, along with the assistant director who has 2 decades of working in Permian Basin and other faculty and staff. So that's the kind of approach we are taking right now to ensure program continue to maintain the compliance requirement for both the Texas Board of Nursing as well as CCNE. And I also want to share this. This is our first time we get into this trouble in last 12 years since we had the program in 2013. So we learned a lot. We will be really mindful. And I'm a protein structural biologist and protein biochemist. So the health science is pretty closer to me. I used to be a pre-med advisor and pre-health advisor. So I have a vested interest in the well-being of our nursing program and College of Health Sciences. And me and our president, Dr. Woodley, have a full commitment in order for our successful nursing program at UTPUB.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Any other questions or statements, board members?
Yes, Madam President.
Mm-hmm.
I am Rick Williams, representing consumers. I think that you have kind of answered my question based on what President Shipp inferred, but you are essentially a tuition-free university for nursing, is that right? You know, and when we talk about quality and quantity, my question relates to, do you have the quantity of students? Because it seems to me that, you know, across the state, if I heard it was tuition-free, I'd be clamoring to get in. Do you have a waiting list currently?
We used to be very popular, okay, and with the current constraint, we have been, and we also tighten up our admission standards, both in pre-nursing and clinical nursing. That's part of the work we have done with Dr. Donnelly for last 2 years, and in consultation with her and the leadership of our experts on campus, we tighten up our expectations. So we do have interest. We do have a competition with tech. But we should be able to do a good job and still produce a quality graduates from our nursing program, fully paid from the grant. Yes.
Okay. Well, and then just kind of to reiterate for myself on the second half, you're conducting a nationwide search, you know, for the right person, and you have been unsuccessful in that. Coupled with, like I said, being a tuition-free university and student recruiting looks a little low. Is it just the fact that it's housing that, you know, leans to this, or is there something else that just makes it somewhat unattractive to be?
It's a click. It's Permian Basin. I think our president can share, our experience. Hiring, retention of folks, any type of folks here in Permian Basin is difficult. I think if you ask me what is my toughest thing I do on a day-to-day basis is retention of our faculty and staff. Multiple reasons, cost of living, inflation, so many things. It just varies case by case. It's just not us. We do have our 2 community partners, Midland College, Odessa College, 2 large school districts, Ector County, Midland ISD. All 5 of us go through this. And when we meet, this is the topic of discussion is how can we hire and retain good quality folks to support our mission to generate workforce for Permian Basin.
Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Okay, board members, I think we are going to need to have a motion. In seeing here, I don't see anything that says, well, you're going to take 20 and then you're going to take 25. That's just what you're saying that you're going to do. And I think I support that, that when schools do not do well, and I think Dr. Hooper could agree with this kind of thing, and our educators, it's because they grow too fast, and then things fall through the cracks. And so I think that we also have recommendations here, and I think those have been shared with you about information that we want you to provide with us. And Dr. Donnelly has talked about that. So, board members, do I have a motion?
Madam President, this is Ken Johnson. I move to change the approval status of for the University of Texas Permian Basin Bachelorette Degree Nursing Education Program in Odessa, Texas, from conditional approval to full approval based upon review of the preliminary 2025 NCLEX RN examination pass rate. In compliance with Rule 215 is recommended. However, to support further monitoring of program success, board staff recommend the program director provide data related to student and faculty retention, attrition, student program completion and graduation rates, and licensure examination pass rates at the end of the next 2 terms, demonstrating continued successful progress as indicated in the attached letter and board order.
This is Maisie Jamison, I second.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. If there's no other discussion, if you'll please vote. Okay. And the motion carries.
Thank you.
We wish you well. We wish the region well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we're going to move on to 3.2.6, report and presentation on dual credit high school tracks and MEEP programs for vocational nursing education programs. And I think Dr. Hooper is our person for that.
Good morning, board members. In the sake of time, I tried to put my notes on one card. But before we begin, I do want to say thank you to Carol. There is a typo on the handout in this report. Del Mar College is 2 words, not 1. So thank you, Carol. The other thing is I'd like to clarify what a MEEP is. In the past, it's been confusing between MEEPs and high school tracks. And a MEEP stands for Multi-Entry Exit Program. And those are for associate degree programs that allow an option for students to reach a point, take some extra courses and maybe clinicals on the vocational side, and then be eligible to take the vocational exam. A few programs have those, and it's an opportunity for students to earn that license on their way or to bow out if they're not doing well. Dual credit high school is something entirely different. That's where we have high school courses that the high school program includes college level courses. And I have the visitors from Cisco. I'll introduce those in a moment. This is a part of a move in our state to begin students thinking in high school about their career or to have an opportunity to get a job when they finish high school. This is a project that's being worked on between the Texas Education Agency, Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, and then with us when nursing is included. If you remember, a few years ago, there was a pilot to conduct an associate degree program in a community college in our state that was not successful. So we don't really honor those requests when they come. But if a college wants to offer courses in vocational nursing, or I don't know if any of them do the entire program, perhaps, then they have the opportunity, they come through us to make sure the curriculum is the same as what we require of our approved programs. There is a guideline that programs use when they're writing the proposal. It's 3.6.5. If you haven't found our education guidelines, I'm sure you'd love to read them. Good bedtime reading. And then there has to be a contract between the high school and the nursing program. A high school can't start a nursing program. They're not qualified. But a VN program can put courses in a high school if there's the agreement and they have all the arrangements worked out. It's quite detailed. All VN courses in a high school program are taught by the vocational faculty, and all the clinicals are directed. The same courses, the same program. So it's not an easy program. It's an option, but it's not the easy one. I was very skeptical of this a couple of years ago, and I started talking to the few directors that had these programs, and I became a believer. They are a real opportunity. The courses, the VN courses are paid for tuition-wise. The students get college credit for those courses, and those college credits stay. If they don't finish the program in high school, then they can come back later and they have those courses. So I think I'll stop with that and introduce the newest program. There are only a few programs that have this VN option, you'll see, and a couple of them have been in place for 10 years. This is not new. The one at Valley Baptist Hospital, they started the association with, they have an agreement with their high school there in their city. So that has worked out. But Cisco is the newest. So they're the exciting people. And Dr. Merritt and Dr. Woody are here from Cisco. I want them to tell you firsthand about how it's going. They have their first graduating class.
Thank you, Dr. Hooper. Good morning, Chair, board members, and distinguished guests. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Dr. Merritt, and I'm joined by Dr. Woody. We are here today to briefly discuss Cisco College dual credit high school track embedded within our vocational nursing program. Cisco College pursued this pathway to align with our mission to serve rural communities, respond to workforce shortages, and expand access to nursing education without compromising academic rigor, clinical safety, or Board of Nursing standards. The program was developed in partnership with Hendrick Healthcare System. Dr. Susan Greenwood, the Chief Nursing Officer, approached us at Cisco with a clear workforce need and a long-term vision to strengthen the local nursing pipeline for our Abilene area and rural area. Together, we designed a program that allows students to begin nursing education earlier while fully compliant with board requirements. Hendrick Health also provides strong employer support, including high-quality clinical placement. In addition, local foundations in the community have partnered with us to remove any financial barriers by providing books, uniforms, computers, and supplies. They actually gave us $34,000 to do this. Cisco College High School VN track was intentionally designed to mirror the rigor and expectations of our traditional VN program, to meet the same admission and progression standards, complete the same curriculum hours, competencies, and clinical requirements, also held to the same policies, evaluation process, and rules. There are no shortened timelines, reduced standards, or modified licensure expectation. Cisco College works closely with the local Abilene Independent School District along with the Holland Medical High School to ensure appropriate oversight, scheduling coordination, and accountability. Collaboration across education and practice partners has been essential to maintaining structure, safety, and compliance.
Thank you, Dr. Merritt, and thank y'all for the opportunity to let us discuss our program. From an operational perspective, our high school VN students are fully integrated into our Cisco College VN program. They're not treated as a separate or a different track. They're taught by the same qualified faculty and complete the same clinical experiences under the same approved supervision. In addition to the required clinical hours, our partnership with Hendrick Medical Center allows all eligible VN students to work as paid nurse technicians, not only for the high school students, but for all of our students. This role provides a hands-on experience, reinforces classroom and clinical learning, and supports workforce readiness. They are guaranteed a job once they graduate from our VN program if they do the nurse tech program at Hendrick Health. Our first cohort had 3 students in it. They all graduated in May of 2025 with 100% NCLEX pass rate. Since then, we've had one other student come through the program who also had a 100% pass rate with her, and then we have another one who will graduate in May 2026. We did have one student who was unsuccessful. She was in the program and was caught cheating, so we treat her just like anybody else, and she was dismissed from the program. While in the program, these students have they have high school requirements. They do have to take federal government and English 4, so they're still a high school student while they're in our program. We have learned valuable lessons along the way. One challenge involved the funding. All of these students are FAST eligible, which means that they are free reduced lunch, they're low income, so our district cannot charge them anything either. So we found ways, grant money, and all of our community has come together to support them. We pay for their immunizations, drug screens, NCLEX, graduation, all of their fees. They don't have any fees. Through collaboration, community donations, we secured laptops through Hendrick Medical, and all of our local partners and everybody has helped with the financial aspect of it. We've learned that limiting high school extracurricular activities, we have to do that. At first, we were letting our students come in. They were, the star of the football team, or one was the star of the volleyball team. They did great. They really did. But we learned it was harder on them, and so we've had to reduce their extracurricular activities coming through. The first year was certainly full of challenges, but we've had incredible, rewarding success. These students paved the way for future high school VN cohorts and helped us refine the program's structure moving forward. The first group now, all 3 of the ones who graduated in May, they're all 3 in our ADN program, and they're expected to graduate this December. So they're doing amazing. Looking ahead at our May 2026 cohort, we have 9 students who are interested. We have several of those 9 students we have identified as struggling with A&P, which is a prerequisite. So we are now offering extra tutoring, mentorship, and enhanced academic support. We actually have one of the students who graduated from the program, the high school program, who goes back to the high school and tutors them in A&P. So amazing. To further identify barriers and strengths in the workforce pipeline, I also accepted a part-time, it's actually a substitute teaching position at Holland, and it helps me engage with these students and engage with their faculty there. And so it's an overall better experience for all of us. Also, that one of the faculty that worked there is going to come to work for us in the summer, which helps address our faculty shortage along with theirs. So we kind of are partnering and helping together.
Served as a great mentor to our other students.
Yes. If you want to.
So Dr. Hooper also was talking about pathways, but we do have the high school program and then the VN program, the ADN program. So, and looking at hopefully the RN to BSN later on. But this pathway, it aligns closely with the board's mission to ensure safe, competent nursing practice while addressing the workforce shortage. These programs, it does not lower standards. They expand opportunities while preserving quality, accountability, and public protection. They offer a structured, supervised entry into nursing that benefits students, employees, and rural communities. And we certainly welcome continued collaboration and guidance from the board as these programs evolve.
So in closing, we appreciate your interest in our program and the support of the high school students pursuing their nursing careers. We're grateful for the opportunity to share why we pursued the program and the model that we've used and the outcomes that we've achieved this far. We welcome any questions and look forward to continued dialogue going forward.
And we do welcome any questions at all. I will tell you, at first, our faculty were concerned, and I was concerned about the maturity level. And we said, what about the maturity level? And I'm just so happy that we did not let that be a barrier, because we actually saw that while they're in the program, the older students mentor them. They actually do better because they're a good example. And again, the high school students look at them and mentor them. So it's worked out wonderfully all the way around. But we're open to any questions that you might have.
Madam President, hi, I have a couple of questions. Is that okay? Hi, I'm Kathy Lederhorn. I represent LVN Practice. A couple of questions. What high school are you predominantly gathering this? Did you say Holland High School?
It's Holland Medical Center. So we have Abilene AISD.
Okay.
And if anybody who is interested in any of the health sciences, they apply to go to Holland. So it's an AISD school, but they go there and they'll start their CNA. They get their CNA whenever they're a sophomore. And then they identify if they're interested in nursing as early as 9th grade. So they put them on a path so that they can take most of their classes earlier on, and then that way they only have 2 left for their senior year.
And interesting, the high school is on the Hardin Simmons University campus. Scotty Holland donated that, and it's right there on the campus.
So a couple of things that come out is that I've seen one of the concerns that when I was researching that you guys do a concerted effort for homeschooled students. My concern is we have a level of comfort under TEA of what is going into that curriculum and that sort of thing. The homeschool students, and like I said, per your website, you have a homeschooled student testimony on the website, that sort of thing. So if you could speak to that, how are you ensuring that the curriculum is even? Because, sometimes
we
get
in
something
the
off of
nursing
Amazon.
program don't take the homes. We have not yet taken a homeschool student.
Cisco College does as a whole, but we have not done that through the high school program.
Okay. And also, I am one of those that's a little bit of a naysayer, just as a parent of 2 dual credit. Expects them to really be grown-ups really early, and I understand that that's the path for some people. I understand the students' maturity. My question is, what about the nurses that they're going to be working with and the patients? If I'm a patient and you're 17, that might be, have you come across that at all?
I absolutely agree with you because I also have dual credit students, and one of my kids would not make it. He would just not make it.
Yeah, they're still on the payroll. So until you're off the payroll, you're going to do what I'm going to tell you to. So
That's exactly right. But this is a very higher level of students that we're taking. They are interviewed. They are exceptional. They have to be recommended from the dean at Holland. We don't just come in like, oh, y'all look all great. Let's take all of you. They have to be, it's very rigorous on their part as well. And they have to be like a straight A student. The dean at Holland, Ginger Held, is very selective on who she will even let apply.
So that's the students, and I understand that. What about your patients? What about the nurses? And I did look to make sure that they weren't graduating from an LVN program and going to be in a clinic. So I do know in Brownswood there's a couple of med-surg positions. One of those med-surges is at night. There was an oncology clinic opening. I understand that this is just the start of their career path. So what have you found with patients, coworkers, the ones that have been successful? I know they're also in the ADN program. Are they working as an LVN? Are they in the clinic? Are they in the hospital? Are you guys kind of molding them into a certain area?
So all 3 of them applied for the nurse tech position. So whenever they were in the 2nd semester of the VN program, they started working at the hospital as a nurse tech. They were working as a CNA before that. We haven't had any feedback on their age. Like if anybody's like, oh, you're 17 and you're taking care of me, not one person has said anything about that. They're very mature, and if you didn't know they were 17, you wouldn't probably know because they act more mature than some of our other students sometimes. So I don't think you would really know their age unless you asked them. They are all 3 now working as LVNs at Hendrick Medical Center. They all 3 work on med-surg floors. We actually had our dual credit instructor come to me yesterday and tell me that he had to make a DoorDash up to deliver food at the hospital. And one of the students was like answering the phone and doing all of the patient care. Like he was running everywhere. He's like, I couldn't have kept up with him. I'm I'm like, well, he's 18. I couldn't probably either, but you know, so but they do exceptional, and it's not for everybody.
But I will say we work closely with Susan Greenwood, Dr. Greenwood, the chief nursing officer. We work very closely with her, and she's only had positive things to say about the students and no patient complaints at all.
They are kind of into the med-surg world and that kind of thing, so
Yes.
they're not okay. that
Everyone
makes-
who's come through so far is in med-surg. They've all gone to med-surg.
Gotcha. And just anecdotally, have you heard from these 3 students? I was a part of the board when we've had that another program with the ADNs, and I appreciate, as an LVN, I appreciate that they're going into LVN because I think that's a great stepping. Have you heard from the 3 students? Do they regret? You know, because if you got a big test coming up and prom is that weekend, I mean, have you, just like I said, anecdotally, have they had any regrets?
I wouldn't say they have any regrets. They knew coming in, because we have a meeting with all of them before they come in. You're going to have to miss some things, but we do work with them as well. They can't miss clinical, they can't miss class. But with the Ginger at the high school, they'll move some of their tests, like their finals. We had to kind of let them come and take our final, and then they go take their high school final. So we do have to work really closely with them. One of them was on the football team, so he would sometimes have to leave a little bit earlier, so we'd have him come in earlier or come in on another day. So we do work around some of their high school. We don't want them to miss their high school either.
But
I mean, that is your senior year.
when they go to Holland, that is actually the medical school. Basically, they go there because they want to be a doctor, nurse, or whatever. So it does seem like they are exceptionally mature. They've already made that decision that they want to be in healthcare, and that's strictly at that Holland High School, medical high school.
I appreciate it. Everything that you're saying really does resonate because, you know, your high school finals and then the college finals and that kind of thing. So that really does resonate. And that means, in my opinion, that you've been intentional about this. You know, you're on the football team, so we want you to stay on the football team because that makes you a well-rounded person, but we're going to move some things around. So to me,
So
that
this has
shows
been
your
for information only. We have been educating you, and I'm going to give you your homework now. If you go to NCSBN webpage and click on Leader to Leader, the edition for January 26 has an article about one of the programs in Texas and high school.
Thank you.
Madam President, I have a clarification question. Having served on a local school board, very familiar with dual credit courses and then working with our local community college. So once they complete your program, the students are eligible then to take the NCLEX, but they don't have the ADN degree yet, correct? The associate degree.
They'll have the VN. They're in the VN program. So they start these first 3 started the VN program in May of 2024. So they came through the summer. So we didn't really have any issues with sports or anything through the summer. And then they went through fall and spring. So they actually graduated the VN program 3 weeks before they graduated high school.
So it is similar to an early college program that we would have. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I think because of the shortage of nurses, it's wonderful to start early with them.
Absolutely. And so helpful to the students from a cost standpoint as well.
Hi, Madam President. I just wanted to make a small comment. You know, I'm an assistant chief nursing officer in South Texas, and I've worked with nurses who graduate from early programs. And to your point, they're at a different level of maturity. And I feel like primarily they're from the underserved communities where they look at this as a great opportunity and they dedicate themselves and they focus on the outcomes and really just providing care to patients. So thank you for that opportunity for them.
I absolutely agree. Yes.
Good morning. My name's Ken Johnson. I represent LVN Education. Thank you for being here, Dr. Merritt and Dr. Woody, to share this information. I know this is a non-voting item, but I really do think this is a fantastic way to get people into nursing, and that by doing it as an LVN, they could either stay in this career if they chose to, or they could also use it as a stepping stone to go to the ADN program. The only question that I have for you guys is of the students that are here, how many of them are first generation college students in this group? Do you know?
All of them are.
They're all
Yes.
first generation college students? And the ones that have been in the program, they have, you accepted 3 and graduated 3. Well,
We've
I know
graduated
that you had the
4.
one.
Yes, 4
Graduated
so
4.
far, and we have 1 more coming. We started out really slow because we weren't sure, and we were really hesitant. Our faculty were really hesitant. So we started out really, really slow. So now we have 9 interested, but I only think maybe 3 or 4 of them are going to make it through the prerequisites. So we'll have to wait and see.
And how are they doing clinicals as students? I mean, obviously they have to have driver's licenses. How do the clinicals work with their high school curriculum? Are they going on weekends for their?
So all of their high school is online. So they do English and federal government online as dual credit. And then they're with us. They are 100% at our school, at our clinical. They have the exact same requirements as everybody else. And everybody so far has driven themselves. So their parents had to have it drop them off, or, but they may have to.
Right, the yellow bus,
Yeah.
just driving everybody up, dropping them off at the.
Right.
But again, thank you guys for being here today and sharing this with the board and sharing it with the public, what you guys are doing for the LVNs.
The last thing I want to say, Dr. Woody and I both were LVNs, so we've gone through that pathway. So that's why we're very, very committed and we're very passionate about this program and providing those pathways.
We got to add to that 100,000
That's
that we
right,
got,
that's
right?
Madam President, just one before we go. I want to say, first of all, thank you all for this program. As one who firmly believes in early technical education and offering avenues to those students who are not looking to go immediately to a traditional 4-year college, what you're doing will be impactful to their lives as well as to the nursing community. A somewhat similar example, I come from a military community where young people come and go all the time. A lot of them choose. We have a career center in my city that offers associate degrees, general education associate degrees, or do bachelor, do undergrad, whatever you call it. I do know of a young lady who received a degree in general studies, but decided she wanted to be a nurse. So even in doing that in the dual credit setting, and was able to take some form of nursing program, not awarding her any type of peer certification, but it did help her because once she went in with 2 years already, and she has graduated this past year as a bachelor's degree nurse. So even starting them earlier, I think is just awesome, especially for first generation college students, those who typically are challenged, as sometimes military kids are as well, being, moving from place to place. Falling in a program like yours would be gold.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam President, one last thing. I know it's not voting, but I'm curious on, I know you started slowly, you said, and you had 4 you've done really, really well with. And you have 9 interested now. And so I see some of the other programs have a capacity noted. What is your anticipated capacity, like high end? How many students would you take?
So we take 35 students per cohort, and we do 3 cohorts a year in our LVN program. I don't know. I honestly don't know yet, only because we don't want to turn anybody away that is qualified, and we don't want to turn the high school students away. So I don't know if at some point, if we had enough high school students who were interested, we would start up another track of them, like do it exactly the same, but have 2 cohorts. I'm not sure how we would do that yet.
But I'm
That's why
kinda
we started
thinking
slow.
5 to 10, max.
We probably
maybe.
would stay at 5 or 10.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And we had 100% pass rate on the NCLEX of those students that graduated, which is great.
Hopefully I'm the last commenter. I just want to thank you for coming here to share this with our board. I think the work that you've done is outstanding. Congratulations on your success. Kind of along the lines of scalability, have you considered sharing this with your other vocational education colleagues? Because I imagine there are other programs who think about it, but y'all have done the hard work of doing it. And you probably have a recipe that you can share.
We've had other colleges reach out and ask us, like, how did you do this? What do we need to do to get started? So we've helped some others just as we reached out to other colleges who have already done it as well. So we have shared it that way. Do you mean within our own college?
I'm thinking Tavney, you know, just disseminating the hard work you've done and to help other programs that might be considering something similar.
That's a good thought. We'll look at getting on the Speakers Bureau with Tavney.
Yeah.
Well, again, thank you so much. And you can see that we have a lot of interest in this. And, we just appreciate your work and caring about them and helping them be successful and finding ways for them to be successful. I have granddaughters that are in high school, and it's a crazy time for them, but to really find their abilities. So it is a vote. It's not a voting item, and so we appreciate you coming, and thank you, Dr. Hooper, for working.
And you've
with
probably
them.
had an audience because the other directors of the few were very interested in coming, and I said, well, we won't have time, but they're watching you right now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Thank
you. Thank you very much. Okay, at this time, we're going to move into we're going to do 6.3, which is our telemed. And Dusty is going to present that for us. We're going to take a quick break, and we see Brittany's here. We'll be just a few minutes behind 11, but then we'll be starting with her after that.
Thank you, board members. I know that some of this information sort of came later on. You'll recall that in October 19, 2025, the board approved proposed amendments to 21727. This was pursuant to House Bill HB 1700 that mandated that the agencies associated with this pass rules regarding standards and retention. So that was published in the Texas Register on December the 19th. A 30-day comment period then ensued, and so just this week, basically, that comment period would have closed, and we did get a significant number of comments, 5 comments, which is not normal necessarily. And so you'll see that the written comments we received is on attachment A. 5 comments from some, and the commenters are identified. They have significant roles in telehealth operations. Each one of these individuals that wrote these letters and had some very poignant comments, some objections to some of the language in the rule, wanting us to remove some of that. They wanted to make sure that the board wasn't creating rules that would impose higher standards than what happens in the in-person context. And as you can see, after a review of those, staff developed a response agreeing with the comments, and recommend sort of excising some of the language that those groups found to be unworkable or offensive or unadministratable, some might say. So there wasn't any reason to dispute those comments, given the people that the commenters. So you can see that what happens is the agency's responsibility is to have comments, review them, determine if they agree or disagree, and if they disagree, say why. If they agree, then potentially they can agree with those changes and then go ahead and adopt the rule. It's called with changes. So you can see on attachment C, staff has sort of given you sort of the mock-up of what we're taking out, and you can see it's in that it's those areas that they felt were too proscriptive, beyond normal standard of care in these areas, and the request was by most of them, can you exempt us from this, or can you whittle it down so that we don't have to have all this signed, documented, and address what the bill talked about, which was being able to document that you have received a consent through audio format. And so we modified subsection C to say we're going to accept consent through audio format, and you need to document it, which is basically what the rule needed to establish. And we are going to make sure you retain that. So lucky for us, whenever we excised major parts of subsection C and subsection D, we had another D so that it doesn't have to change anything after that. And so that made it a little bit easier, but we recommend that the board move to adopt these amendments to 217.24 as set forth in attachment D, which is the clean version for y'all to see, and authorize us to publish the comments and our summary of comments and response to comments, which is also required under the Administrative Procedures Act whenever you would have an order adopting a rule. Are there any questions? I know that was sort of a lot, and it came after the comment period ended, which was just Monday, so.
Thank you. It was a lot for the staff to go over, and like you said, it wasn't normal to have that many lengthy comments when we have things on the register. I think the staff has done a really good job, and I think they've listened to the stakeholders who do this every day, and gave them valid information. And I think most of you have been here long enough to see that sometimes we don't agree with what people are asking us to do and have valid reasons for it. And so I think it looks like it is good and something that I think we can vote on. Does anybody have any questions of Dusty or statements?
I would just like to say, as someone who reviewed this before and now looks at it again, I appreciate staff's incredibly timely work on getting this on the agenda today. And I think this does exactly what the legislative intent was of the House bill, without putting undue regulatory burden on individuals providing telehealth, but balances really well the appropriate protection for our patients that are receiving that care. So, Dusty, to you and your staff, thank you.
Any other questions or statements, members? Okay. If I could have a motion, please.
Madam President, this is Mary Grace Landrum. I move to adopt the amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 217.24 relating to telemedicine service prescription with changes as set forth in Attachment D. Further authorize the staff to publish the summary of comments and response to comments attached hereto as Amendment B.
This is Maisie Jamison, I second.
Okay. There's no further discussion. Please vote. And the motion carries. Thank you very much. Good work. Good work. And I know that was midnight. I think it finished, was it like 5 o'clock Monday?
Wow.
Mm-hmm. So, really good. Okay, we want to try to stay on, and Brittany's giving me the okay. We're going to take a little short break. So let's try to come back at 10 after 11, and we'll have TPAP in for us. Thank you. back with 7.1.1, Texas Peer Assistance Program for Nurses Quarterly Report for the first quarter. And we've got Brittany here. So thank you. I apologize too for running a little behind. Thank you so much for always being on time.
There we go.
Okay, great.
Good morning, everybody, and Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you all. Yes, my name is Brittany Majewski, and I am the Program Director for the Texas Peer Assistance Program for Nurses, and here to report and then answer any questions that you all have regarding the program or the quarterly report. So this was our first quarter, and it ran through September 1st, all 2025 through November 30th of 2025. We're in 2026 now, but so these are those numbers. And looking at just a few highlights for you all, and then I do want to discuss one area in lieu of, or in case there are questions related to it. So always looking at our referrals. We do a lot of outreach. My team is out there with the intention to, talk about the program, what's new to the program, constant updates, and make sure that individuals that are hiring managers of nurses, educators, those kinds of things are aware of any of those changes, trying to stay on top of, really what resources we currently have through Texas Peer Assistance Program for Nurses, anything that's changing, and trying to collaborate with them all on what is the need out there so that we can stay on top of that need and make sure that we're addressing those issues. Our referrals for the first quarter did increase just a little bit by 5 compared to quarter 4. We had 130 referrals. Our goal is really at that 150, so we're a little bit behind our goal. Our goal is to continue to increase those. So it is an increase from last quarter, but we had that 130. And then our participation agreements, those are nurses that have come in, they've been referred, and they're agreeing to participate in the individualized monitoring track that we have offered. Those remained pretty static comparatively to the last quarter. We had 39 participation agreements signed. Just to speak a little bit about that, our goal as far as our strategic plans and our goals in relation to participation agreements go, we're really looking at that number a lot more this particular fiscal year. We focused very heavily on referrals last fiscal year, and we met that goal. Our goal was to increase our referrals 10% over the previous fiscal year, and we did that. We were very happy overall with that, our annual referral. This particular year, we're taking that a little step further because really we want to see that we're able to serve those nurses that come in, those referrals that we're getting. How can we engage them? What can we offer? What are we doing so that we actually increase the number of nurses that are actively in the program? So our goal is to increase those PAs by about 6% over our last fiscal year. So quarter to quarter, our goal is approximately, that works out to be about 47 PAs signed. Is that what we're hoping for? Just to give you guys some metrics and things that we're big goals. They're lofty goals, but we are pushing it so that we can help more nurses because we know that the need exists. Our total numbers around the same. Again, we know that LBB number is 650. We were 559 last quarter. We're about 546 this quarter. We would like to see that number. Of course, our goal is to have that number continue to increase rather than decrease. Thus, why it's really important for us to look at the PAs being signed and how we can elicit more information, what we can do in the program to ensure when we're talking to those nurses that we're offering the best opportunity possible to get them to come on board with the alternative to discipline individualized monitoring. Another number that you all may have seen in here, and I want to address this, is in relation to our peer support partners. So I know I've said this in the past, but our peer support partners are one of the most important things that we have, one of the resources that we have for our nurses. They are our nurse volunteers throughout the state. And so we have really looked at that program over the last 2 years and have continued to develop it. The team has done such an amazing job of developing CE for those nurses that wish to volunteer as nurses helping nurses and give back so that they can get free CE. And we teach them a little bit about what peer support should look like, the expectation, and it's really there as an opportunity to offer hope. And it's changed and evolved a lot since the initiation of the program 38 years ago, 1987. And so that number that you see as the new number for our peer support partners looks like it's a pretty significant decrease. In the last year, we did hire on a full-time, the team had identified we really needed a staff that was full-time for both reviewing our peer support program and really helping us beef that up, as well as outreach. And so in doing that, we did an audit and really looked at everyone that we had engaged on that list. And if that individual did not have a participant or did not actively have them paired with one of our participants, we gave them ample opportunity to kind of come on board, get with the training, or ask if they could take one. If they couldn't, we've since then kind of culled that down to 93. While that number is much lower than previous reported, we believe that's much more accurate. And I can attest to say that those 93 peer support partners are very, very active. They're engaged, they're involved, and we're really hoping to grow from there because of what we have done with the program. And they all have either at least one, some of them have multiple participants that they help support. The ultimate goal, of course, is just for everyone to initiate and just start with a peer support partner and then they can opt out. Right now, we are still actively always recruiting for those peer support partners. So if you have questions about that, anyone that's watching or anyone on the board, please reach out. We would be happy to walk through that process with you all. But essentially, we're very happy with how many participants we have paired. A new metric that we started with that new position is looking at really how many people are we pairing year to year. It's a brand new metric. I can tell you November to November, we have our first year, so it's a jumping off point for us, but we successfully paired 161 of our participants with peer support partners. Take into account, not all of our participants want or need a peer support partner. Some of them come in with their own support system or they utilize other kinds of support, and they have the opportunity to do that as an individualized program. The only other things I kind of want to talk about, of course, one of the biggest challenges that we continue to face is in relation to our nurses being able to successfully get employment and what that looks like. And so a lot of focus around outreach that myself and our colleagues do is around going to talk to employers of nurses and really help them better understand what it looks like to be TPAPN friendly. And in light of that, we're very excited to do one of our first TPAPN employer workshops where we are inviting anyone that has essentially that's in, a CNO or hiring directors, hiring managers, HR representatives, and our legal teams from hospital systems to join us. We have a lot of really engaging speakers. I'm very excited about it so that we can collaborate collectively and hopefully as a large group in the state and figure out how we can best support our nurses that are struggling with substance use or mental health conditions in the safest way so that we can continue to have, safe patient care and wellness overall for our nurses. The only other thing on here, I have to give it to a couple of my staff that are fantastic when it comes to social media. We have increased our social media blueprint, and this particular cycle, this last quarter, we started our first podcast. It's the TPAPN Mental Health Mixtape. We're going to have that quarterly. But our impressions on our socials went from about a little less than 3,000 impressions to 8,000 this last quarter. And all of that, the whole idea behind that is, again, just get the word out, get people interested, get people asking questions so that they reach out and ask, what does a referral look like? What is the difference between, what is peer support and the alternative to discipline program? So we're very, very proud of that, and I'm very proud of the team for doing that. Questions?
Any questions or statements?
I have a
members?
comment, Madam
Mhm.
President. I think it's impressive that your social media presence went up high. Do you think attribute that to like the younger population of nurses or just more education?
A few things. I honestly, I attribute a lot of it to a very creative program coordinator that is very good with socials. And so she has been doing some really engaging stuff with, interactive videos and trying to reach different generations through different platforms. I believe it's, she usually makes fun of me because I think at one point I said the wrong thing, but it's Blue Sky. So now we're on Blue Sky, Instagram, YouTube, LinkedIn, the podcast, and our newsletter. So we have also just upped the ante on getting information out there in various ways.
I think that's great. And I think that creative ways to be able to educate all of the nurses in the nursing profession is important. So tell her she did a great job.
I will. Thank you. I will tell her that. She's awesome.
So one of the things that seems to be a problem when they come to E&D in the past is the fact that they can't get a job because they had some kind of an order. And so I've felt all along that we needed to work with the hospitals. And so, I mean, if they were employed, sometimes they could still keep their position, but then others were never given a chance to do it. So I think that sounds good to try to, if you can get them to come to what you're going to provide, that sounds good.
It is free and it's free CE. So that's why we're really trying to get as many employers as possible because I agree. We have just really dynamic speakers from nurse researchers that are coming to talk on the research that they've done in this area to other CNOs that have had success with their TPAP and friendly policies and talking specifically about that, as well as individuals with lived experience talking about kind of, their own experience through this process and the challenges and creative ways in which we can work with our nurses because they're amazing and really, really working very hard to try to get back and give back to the profession. So thank you. We're excited about it.
Any other questions or statements, members? So it's a report only. So I guess if there isn't any, everybody's satisfied. I mean, you've given good reports, so we appreciate it. And your
Thank you all.
enthusiasm is, I'm sure, contagious with your people. So you've done a really good job. How long have you been there?
3 years.
Okay.
It
That's
went
what I was
by really
thinking.
fast. Yeah.
Mhm. Good job.
Thank you
Okay.
so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
We'll move on now, members, to 6.2. Consideration of adoption of amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 213.13 relating to complaint investigation and disposition, including response to public comment, if any. Mr. Vanderford.
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, you will recall that at the October board meeting that the board approved the proposal of amendments to Section 213.13, and the nature of that was some audit recommendations for enforcement and some additional requirements for complaints that are submitted to the board. No comments were received, and the board has already approved adoption, and that notice will be filed in the Texas Register following this meeting. I'll answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you. That was very quick.
Okay.
And that is the typical we usually see with the register, whereas that previous one had 5 lengthy comments and then where that one did not. So, okay. No questions. That's a report only. Thank you. Do you want to do 7.3?
Yes.
Okay. Consideration of proposal of amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 216.1, 216.5, 216.7, 216.8, 216.9, and 216.11 relating to implementation of continuing education tracking system.
Thank you, Madam President. This is a series of rule amendments to implement Senate Bill 912, which, as you heard Dr. Benton describe, requires the board to create a continuing education monitoring system to track continuing education compliance. The system will require nurses to upload certain information at the time of their renewal or reactivation to verify compliance with any C&E requirements. As Dr. Benton noted in her executive director report, and as board members will note from the proposed rule amendments in the report, there are no substantive changes to the actual requirements of C&E for nurses. That is, what is required of nurses as far as their C&E is not changing. What is changing is how compliance will be demonstrated by the nurse. And we want to be very clear on the messaging about that. Under the proposed amendments in the statute, nurses will be required to upload certificates or ensure the course provider uploads certificates from C&E courses or upload other evidence of compliance, such as certifications. As you can see, this is a substantial change from the status quo as far as how we monitor compliance right now through the audit process. As the board members are largely familiar, our current process is to use a random audit with a percentage of licensees who are audited during the renewal cycle. Under the amendments, the audit process is being reimagined. We're not doing away with audits altogether, but there will no longer be a percentage of licensees they'll be audited. Exactly how the audit process enters into the new analysis is going to depend on some of the operationalizing of the rules and of the statute. And there are probably many questions about how the requirement will be operationalized. Staff has some. I'm sure the board members have some as well. There'll be a lot of additional presentations about that. As was mentioned earlier, there's going to be a process of finding a vendor or finding other ways to meet the requirements. The required date to have a tracking system in place is September 1st, 2026. So this is the first step in the series of many steps to ensure that the board can comply with these requirements. I'm happy to answer any questions about the rule amendments that are proposed in the board report.
Thank you very much. And nurses are really concerned. I mean, I'm sure board nurses and everything, and the bulletin has the information about it, both October and January. And you've talked about maybe a webinar, Dr. Benton, that would, to explain it more when we come out. But we've never done this. And we've just assumed that people are doing it unless they're auditing and showing us. So I think there's a lot of anxiety, and I appreciate the staff really working on this, trying to figure out the vendor and how it's going to progress well. So do you want to say anything?
Yes, once we have the operation details of exactly how a nurse will upload and comply, our practice team is going to put together some educational materials that will be on our website at all times for nurses to access.
Any other questions? Or I guess we nurses on the board can practice with them as well as staff or whatever when we're deciding this. So
I do have one question. John, I scrolled and now I can't find exactly which number it was, but it referenced something about that the nurse is going to upload his or her CNE documentation, or the provider of the CNE can upload it. So is it the this is kind of maybe getting into the weeds, but is it the intention that if I go to a continuing education course put on by Acme CNE Incorporated, that they'll have access to upload my continuing education requirements to my Board of Nursing CE repository?
Yes, that's one of the bill requirements, is that the
Okay.
vendor has to have a mechanism for the provider to upload the CNE. Ultimately, it'll still be on the nurse to ensure that the vendor does upload the CNE. So the rule is designed to make sure that it can be uploaded by them, but it's still the nurse's job to
Got it.
make sure it's done.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or statements? I need a motion, please.
Madam President, move to approve the proposal of amendment to 22 Texas Administrative Code 216.1, 216.5, 216.7, 216.8, 216.9, and 216.11, as set out in Attachment A, with authority from the General Counsel to make editorial changes as necessary to clarify rule and board intent and to comply with the format and requirement of the Texas Register. If no negative comments and no requests for public hearing are received, move to adopt the amendment to 22 Texas Administrative Code 216.1, 216.5, 216.7, 216.8, 216.9, and 216.11 as proposed.
Thank you.
This is Maisie Jamison. I second.
So we have a motion and a second. No further discussion. If you'll please vote. I guess I need, well, it hadn't come up for me. There it is. And the motion carries. Thank you very much. And I'm sure we'll be hearing more about this. Okay, thank you. Thank you, thank you. All right. Paul, would you do 7.4, and then we'll do 7.5?
Absolutely. Thank you. Madam President and board members, this agenda item for your review and consideration is regarding the board's position statements. The first one, 7.4, are for the ones that staff recommends readoption, republication of, that have no substantive changes at this time. Each year, we review the position statements to ensure they continue to align with the NPA board rules and evolving national practice trends and evidence-based guidelines. While the position statements don't necessarily have the force of law, they do provide important guidance to nurses and the public on the practice and licensure of nurses in Texas. For this cycle, staff found that we didn't need to make substantive changes on the vast majority of the position statements, and you can see those enumerated in the board docs. I'm happy to answer any questions about the ones that didn't need changes. These were all ones that just needed minor changes, like updating broken hyperlinks, updating document titles or citations in order to maintain currency and clarity.
Thank you. This is a voting item, and I think that I'm just reminding myself that we just moved, 10 up to 1510 up to that section, so we don't need to have a separate vote. So if I could have a motion, please.
This is Ellie Adamson. Acute RN practice. Move to accept current board position statements without any recommended changes, with allowance for non-substantive edits, including updating broken or outdated hyperlinks, making editorial changes for consistency, such as updating names of documents and or citations, when needed to maintain currency and clarity as may be deemed necessary by board staff.
This is Ken Johnson. I second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. If there's no other discussion, if you'll please vote. There it is. Okay. And the motion carries. Thank you. So we'll move on to 7.5.
Thank you, Madam President and board members. Again, this is for the remainder of the position statements that did require changes. Of the 29 position statements we have, only 3 did. Again, these were 15.24, which deals with nurses engaging in reinsertion of permanently placed feeding tubes. This one is being updated to reflect more current evidence-based guidance on feeding tube tract maturation, shifting the original 8 to 12 week time frame to language indicating that it needs to be at least 4 weeks, and adds clarification that maturation may be prolonged based on the insertion method and patient-specific risk factors. It also adds a cross-reference to position statement 15.4 in order to reinforce the competency validation and adherence standards, which is applicable to all nurses. 15.30 deals with workplace violence. This one was changed to expand and update the Texas-specific legislative framework on workplace violence prevention, including references to Senate Bill 240 from the 88th legislative session, and in addition to Chapter 331 of the Health and Safety Code, and Senate Bill 463 from the most recent 89th regular session, which expanded the definition of facility, along with adding a September 1st, 2026 compliance deadline for newly included facilities. Additional edits were made to improve organization and clarity. 15.31 is Christine's fabulous artificial intelligence in nursing position statement. The changes to this one modernizes and strengthens the board's guidance on AI in nursing by updating definitions and references, reinforcing AI as a supportive tool that does not replace nursing judgment, and adding clear recommendations for nursing education and faculty readiness, including integrating AI concepts into curricula and supporting faculty development. Core themes remain anchored in Board Rule 217.11, the standards of nursing practice, and attention to privacy, bias, transparency, and ethics. I'm happy to answer any questions about the 3 that needed changes.
Well, I thought the information was really, really good, and I really appreciated the AI. I've already told Christine what a great job she did with that, which is very involved and is huge. A lot of changes and changing monthly. So that was really good, and I appreciate that. And it's timely, very important. Any questions or statements, members?
I have a question about the AI statement. Thank you, first of all, for your work. It's exhaustive and really well done. I know that it references 217, and so all of those provisions and how we practice as nurses. One thing that I'm seeing in the clinical setting on a almost daily basis is our individuals, nurses and others, using AI to help support clinical decision making, which in my opinion is fantastic. But I think there's an element of privacy that people are not really understanding as I perhaps enter patient specific information into some of the various clients or agents. And I know 217 talks about that, but I wonder if for future iterations on recommendations that we sort of call that out in this about AI, that there's aspects of patient privacy that may be a little different than what might be contained in a protected health information in a electronic health record or in a patient's paper chart. So maybe just to specifically call that out as a additional consideration when AI is being used in nursing practice.
I had talked with her also. I'd talked with Kristen about it first, and I felt like it would be good to have some resources for faculty and for when we're talking about the curriculum and how important this is, that she's the expert and might be able to put some of those kinds of resources out there so all the faculty are maybe looking to some of those same things. And especially we talked about the fact that when this first started to now, if you just look at the change in the last 4 or 5 months to the last couple of years and all, and I think that that would help. And possibly some faculty are better at it than others, but then everybody's more on the same level field of resources and nurses if they want to find out more about it. So I just ask about that. So I just thought it was excellent. So anything else or any other thoughts? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you. I would like to thank the practice team for all the hard work they did on getting these reviewed.
Yes, definitely. So this is a voting item, and so I need a motion, please.
Madam President, this is Ken Johnson. I move to adopt the current board position statements with proposed changes, along with allowance for non-substantive edits for purposes of clarity as may be deemed necessary by board.
Mary Grace Landrum, I second it.
Thank you. So no other comments, please vote. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, so I think we'll go ahead and break for lunch. I'd like for us to try to keep it in 45 minutes, or if we can come back around 12:30, and that way we can stay on a schedule. We did order in for board members. The food is out there from Jason's.
It is. Oh.
Oops.
It is.
It is.
It is.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. I missed the message. All right. So we'll we'll stop, and we'll see you back at 12:30. So it's me. Mm-hmm. first-time board members, we're going to go to advisory committee task forces. So 5.2.1, this is on page 4, Advanced Practice Nursing Advisory Committee. There is no report. And then we have 5.2.2, which is Nursing Practice Advisory Committee. There's no report. And then our next one is 5.2.3, Task Force to Study Implications of Growth of Texas Nursing Education Programs. Our Director of Nurses, Dr. Smith, has that for us, and it is going to be a great report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President and board members. That is such a long title. And so the purpose of this report is to just update board members for fiscal year 2025 activities conducted by board staff towards continued progress on the charge of the task force related to post-summit 2024 Nursing Summit recommendations. And for any new board members that may not be aware, there was a nursing summit held in April of 2024, and out of that summit came a report with 6 recommendations. And so this report is just a continuation of any activities related to that summit and the task force. So during fiscal year 2025, board staff continued to communicate with stakeholders and constituents in virtual meetings from nursing education and clinical practice to discuss any progress made towards some of those summit recommendations that were made back in April of 2024. Some of the highlights of the meeting included, specific to faculty shortage and clinical placements, was a continuation of legislative funding for nursing education programs and the nursing faculty loan repayment program, along with other nursing education programs that was continued in the legislative actions from the 89th session. Also, discussion on regional clinical placement systems ensued in some of these meetings, and some of the reports that was shared with board staff was that up to 40% of the available clinical placements in this regional systems were not being used. So the schools were essentially over budgeting the need for their clinical, but when it come down to it, many of those slots were not needed. And so it left vacancies that could have been availabilities for other schools. So this was part of those discussions. So with that, we also know that implementation of House Bill 2856, which was an initiative that actually started in the governor's healthcare task force, was passed and will examine the feasibility of a statewide system for coordinating clinical training placements for nursing and health. The study will determine whether broader coordination may reduce waste and increase efficiency in the placement of students. So it'll be real interesting to see the headway they make on that. In terms of transition to practice and preparation for the workforce, which was another one of the recommendations that come out of the summit, discussions provided that simulation continues to be utilized specifically to help prepare students transition to practice. And so the discussion included a list of activities and just overall what seems to be growth in that last semester in use of simulation for transition to practice. Also, there's been newly approved apprenticeship programs, which do have the large clinical hours attached for them that will also help prepare for the workforce. There's been a slight increase in the number of APRN residency programs in our state, which definitely helps aid an APRN to transition to practice. And then there was a survey done by the Texas Center of Nursing Workforce Study called the Early Career Nurses Survey. And at the time of these meetings, those results were not published yet. They have now since been published. But there was a discussion of anticipating those results to be able to analyze what that early career survey looks like. And so that particular survey collected responses from newly transitioned nurses out of school. Lastly, specific to this area was House Bill 3801 that established the Health Professions Workforce Coordinating Council. to examine nursing pathways and increase pipeline and efficiency into the nursing profession. So I know we will be anxiously waiting to see how that also pans out. Specific to nurse retention, Senate Bill 463 expanded the facilities covered with the previous workplace violence bill prevention initiatives to include home and community support agencies listed in the state, with the hope that that would reduce workplace violence for nurses. And discussion included, again, awaiting those early career survey results from the nursing workforce study. The meetings also, one of the things the meetings did and our board staff elicited was trying to get some feedback on possible future summits. And so a few of those bullet points included, of course, AI in education and practice. That's just such a hot topic and definitely would be a great central point for a future summit. Social media influence on nursing, which kind of goes in, side by side with AI. Consider early clinical mentorship programs with high school health programs, which we heard about today. And then, of course, increase in marketing of career pathways into nursing. And I think over the last 5 to 7 years, we've seen some growth in that, but the recommendations from the meetings was to continue that process. So this report is for information only for board members and no actions required. Thank you. Anybody have questions?
Well, just a statement. I didn't get to go to the first one. I'd had surgery on my knee, but I think Allison has been to both of those as well. I think they're very productive. I think, I know that it's a lot of work for the board to do it, but the meeting of minds, being administrators, practice, educators, executives, it was just really, really good. And I think that for us to partner in that, being leaders about what needs to be, how we need to be forward thinking, I think is really, really good. Do you have something to say?
Yeah, great report, Kathy. Really great report. I just love the summary, all the categories, which made me immediately go into this thought process of putting all of this great information, because this is a great synopsis, into a qualitative data portal and publishing it in the Journal of Nursing Regulation, because there's so much information that you got from those summits. I don't know if, I guess that's a Daryl question, if you could subscribe to one of the qualitative, like Atlas. There's another one that's being used more frequently by our research team, and I'll give you the name of it, but I'm not using it. I've used Atlas before. But anyway, you've already got it categorized, so, and your coding would be pretty straightforward. It's such great, rich information to share.
Thank you. Yeah. The name of that other one's on the tip of my tongue because we used it in my previous setting. But yeah, that's a great idea. I hadn't really thought about qualitative coding our data.
No. It starts with an M. I'll look it up.
I just think in all of my years in education was about do not reinvent the wheel and look at what has been and then where you can go. And so and when we do that and we share, then it brings more creativity from others to do something else. So like we were talking about these LVN programs and sharing with others, it's that same thing. And at National Council meetings, everybody is very interested in what we're doing in Texas. And part of that's been Dr. Hooper over the years, being involved in education and all. And I think it's good for other states as well. So thank you for that.
It's Max QDA.
Okay, thank you. That's not the one I was thinking of, but I'll write that down. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's move on to National Council State Boards of Nursing. So 5.3.1A, appointment of board members to attend the National Council mid-year meeting to be held March 17th through 19th in Phoenix, Arizona. And at this time, so one of the things at this meeting is usually, well, it's for the EO and the presidents to get together, and presidents meet and EOs and then meet together and kind of work on that relationship. And so, which is different than annual meeting when they're working on rules and regulations and policies and all. The NLC will meet the day before as well. So Chris and I will be attending on waivers, and so excited. Allison will be attending through National Council, and you want to tell them what you're doing, that you'll be there?
I was nominated to the awards committee, so it's the fun, happy committee. So
That's the best committee to serve on.
Really?
Oh, I
You've
love
been
it.
on it too. I think Kristen's been on it, and yeah, they were telling me Kristen was on it, and I'm like, oh, really? So yeah, I'm excited. It'll be fun. We've already met several times.
So in that, then awards are the big deal in the annual meeting in August. So you'll be going for mid-year, and then I think in August. Yeah, you're going to be. That's why I'm going to mid-year. Yeah. So, and then, Nicole is in a new position, and she's going to be going, and National Council will be funding her going. And so I try really hard to have board members rotate and go. So Ellie is one of our newest board members, and so she's going to go as well. And so her funding comes out of our board budget, but National Council helps cover those other attendances, and so we'll look forward to that. And then in April, we'll talk about who's going to go to the annual meeting. And I'm thinking at this time it's probably going to be Manny, who said he thought he might go in August to Chicago, and Kathy Lederhorn thinks that maybe her schedule would be that she can do that as well. So the next item is 5.3.2, Texas Center for Nursing Workforce Studies Advisory Committee.
Madam President, there really is no report specific to the work of the advisory committee because they've not met since our October board meeting. They have temporarily disbanded as a result of House Bill 3801 that passed last session. And now, rather than operate under the umbrella of the statewide Health Coordinating Council, they're now under the Health Professions Workforce Coordinating Council, which is the new council I alluded to earlier in my report this morning. And that council did meet on January 15th. The membership is comprised of representatives from 15 state agencies that license healthcare professionals and 4 members appointed by the governor, which are 2 nurses and 2 physicians. And their purpose is to study and develop a strategic approach for ensuring a thriving healthcare system and health professions workforce in the state. So there's a lot of work to do on this council. One of the things they'll be working toward is a strategic plan for the state that is due, I think it's in October. So one of the items of business that was carried on the meeting on the 15th was to establish a nursing advisory committee. And so the council voted to continue the members of the pre-existing advisory committee, and they all serve staggered terms. So that work will continue. That group probably will not meet for several months, but the work that Pam Lauer does to collect data related to nursing education, related to workforce, supply and demand, will continue. She's working very hard. And they launched the NEPIS, the Nursing Education Program Information Survey, in October, and our staff are just received, I think recently, the results of those and are beginning to digest those results. So just an update that there's a slight change to the structure of the committee, but it's alive and well.
And tell me the name of it again. The new
The new
name.
council is the Health Professions Workforce Coordinating Council. Yeah.
Workforce.
Quite a mouthful.
Okay, Health Professions Workforce
Coordinating Council.
Coordinating.
Yeah.
All right, great. Thank you. That's very good. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I can do mine. Okay. So 9.3 is report on the 2025 Texas Attorney General Government Law and Liability Conference. And Ellie attended that and Manny attended that. So if either one of you want to share, and I think almost all of us have been to that, having gone many years ago. It's very much lawyers and legal and very an awareness of what is happening in our government law. And so if you guys just want to give us a little synopsis of how it was.
Sure. Thank you, Manny. I'm going to just share a few thoughts and then Manny will follow. I was able to attend the Government Law and Liability Conference in Austin, and what I really took away from it was how much protection comes from simply doing the right thing and just communicating and being transparent. I think they share a lot of examples where small things like not posting in med spas, who's qualified, and then having non-licensed people be able to provide those services leads to bigger problems, not just for the consumers, but just from a litigation perspective. And so it was nice just to hear examples and just about policy and regulatory things outside of just RN practice in the acute healthcare setting and how the board can be impacted by that and then also be able to have to make those decisions. And so although it was a room full of attorneys and a lot of it was probably, I would say 90% attorneys, maybe 95, are involved in that space, I think it was a great opportunity to learn more about the healthcare sector and then the impact it has on it.
Manny?
Well, I've been doing this for about 2 decades now, going to these. And the easy answer to all of this is you're concerned about anything, especially with the liability, is the Reader's Digest version. Just call Christine or Dusty and you're fine. That's all I'm going to say.
That's high praise.
That is very good, coming from a lawyer, a resident lawyer on the board. Thank you. I think that I think I'm in my 14th or 15th year on the board, and I don't know, I'll have to count and see. But when I first came, I couldn't understand all the acronyms and all of the things, and I was like, I never wanted to go to law school ever. And now I'm reading all of these cases and I don't know what people think the board does, but it was an eye-opener. And so going to this conference was just more of that same thing about the law and our state governance, just like we've had about the register today, about our rules and why our forefathers have set those rules up and what we're doing in regulation. So if you haven't had a chance to go, we'll put you on the list next time. So that you can go. And did you go this year? Did you have anything from it to share?
Probably the 15th one I've been to. Who knows? It's primarily sort of it seeks to be kind of a primer on the state laws that govern government and how it's supposed to function, with a lot of emphasis on open meetings, a lot of emphasis on Public Information Act issues that can kind of pop up. And even though you can say it's, I think what makes it sort of lawyerly is that the lawyers are presenting rather than people that, you know, would do a PowerPoint presentation and not necessarily just quote the law on the on the projector. But they do that because they don't want to miss a word that affects how you're supposed to do things. But then again, it's not in my mind, it's not like ordinary information about how you should be doing things. And so I always hear that, oh, it's very lawyerly, it's too much legalese, and in my mind, I'm like, really, isn't it just them saying what you should do, and then they want to make sure that you believe them by providing the statutory reference that gives them the authority of what they say. So don't let for those of you who want to go and want to learn, don't let the fact that it's kind of lawyers doing it or whatever, and a bunch of lawyers there who are hungry for themselves to be doing the right thing because they feel like they're in the midst of a bunch of administrative lawyers, and they need that for their CLE or whatever, and because it all fits and when you sit here and when you do your thing, and when you have been to one of those, you see how it fits, and kind of what President Shipp's saying. There's a wisdom and the logic to how things are done and presented, and so I hope that didn't sound too lawyerly because it's more like I was trying to say it's good. These things are the good to know, I guess.
Yeah. And I just want to add one more thing, an example that, we talked about AI earlier and the impact on healthcare and nursing. And a couple of the cases that they reviewed in examples were related to AI, where even attorneys, when they go to court or have examples of cases, query ChatGPT and they're citing that as fact when in fact that they weren't. So I think that was also an awakening because we all use ChatGPT. I use it all the time. And so just to make sure that to fact check that, because just because it, queries that result, that we don't go and use that as a basis to go ahead and, file a claim or anything like that, or even in healthcare.
And again, is that law or liability, lawyer, or is that common sense? Right?
A little of both.
I attended, I guess it was the second time, but I hadn't attended since like 2010. And it is a good primer, particularly on open meetings and open records. And I recommend it. If you've not been, we'll get you signed up.
I just have to tell you one little thing. So my very first meeting that I attended in 2011, they're talking about CBCs. And this is part of those acronyms and everything that just comes in when you're finding out now you're doing all this legal stuff. And I was like, why are they doing complete blood counts on all of these cases that are here because I'm a nurse? And they were like, no, it's a criminal background check. And so I was like, oh, I have a lot to learn on when they're so we do have a list of some of those things in there where.
And don't use acronyms.
Yeah.
Or define them.
Yes, and you think you are. So, okay, thank you very much. And thank you for sharing that and for you guys attending and going to that meeting. Okay, so now it is 1 o'clock. And I'm introducing our open forum. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the board, I'm recognizing this time as the beginning of open forum. Normally, this is an opportunity for the public to voice observations and opinions about the regulation of nursing, the approval of nursing schools, and or nursing practice issues which fall under the purview of this agency. We welcome ideas of recommendations about issues in nursing practice or education. The information shared with us will assist the board in its regulatory role. The mission of the Texas Board of Nursing is to protect and promote the welfare of the people of Texas by ensuring that each person holding a license as a nurse in the state of Texas is competent to practice safely. Keep in mind the board's jurisdiction is limited to the approval of schools of nursing, examination and licensure of nurses entering practice, and the regulation of practicing nurses. Many aspects of healthcare, such as the operation of hospitals and the license or practice of healthcare providers other than nurses, are beyond the board's purview. In eligibility and discipline matters, the law provides that the board act on the basis of admissible evidence which is secured and presented within the requirements of due process and the Administrative Procedures Act, the APA. Therefore, during this forum, we cannot receive information about any pending cases. Members of the public were provided prior notice, both on file with the Secretary of State's office and on the board's website, of the opportunity to request to present verbal or written testimony related to this hearing. At this time, we invite anyone wishing to address the board during open forum to step forward, identify yourself, and present the information that you wish to share with the board. So when you wish to appear, you have to fill out one of our forms to request to appear. And so Simon Phillip has filled out one of those, and he's here today. If you would like to come and sit at this table, and there's a microphone there. If you would push the button in the middle, and a light should come on. And it's being recorded, and it's being sent out on the web. And so we appreciate you coming today. And so if you want to share with us, it's fine if you want to read something or whatever you have to say for us.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me? All right.
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon, Texas Board of Nursing. My name is Simon Phillip. I've been a nurse for the past 14 years, a registered nurse. And the last 7 has been in acute care. I moved to the state of Texas from Florida this past July with great hopes and expectations. Why am I here today? I'm here to address the Texas Board of Nursing about Board Rule 221.4, which was enacted in 1998, 28 years ago. Basically, I'll give you the gist of it if you don't know what it is. If you apply for your license past 24 months after graduating with your master's degree, the Texas Board of Nursing will not give you a license unless you complete 400 hours of clinical practice under the supervision of an MD or an APRN here in the state of Texas. Why is this concerning? Well, what's the point of going and getting a master's degree in nursing, finishing more than 400 hours of clinical practice, sitting for a national certification exam, and becoming board certified? I don't see a point in it, right? Let me explain why I was not able to sit for the boards right after graduating. My mom passed away in 2023. My dad passed away in 2024. And I had to euthanize my dog 4 months after my dad passed away. Sounds like a country song, right? No, it's real. So things happen in life, and you're not able to go through the motions like most people do. But I persevered, I sat for my boards, and successfully passed. The Texas Board of Nursing suggested that I get a temporary license. Great suggestion, but it doesn't work. Do you know why it doesn't work? Because I spoke to recruiters, I spoke to HR managers, and they simply said the same thing. I'm sorry, but we cannot hire you with a temporary license. How am I supposed to get the 400 hours that you requested me to get? Do you see the disconnect here, or is it just me? Do you know how disappointing and heartbreaking this is? I'm still working as a registered nurse. Every single day I go to work, put on my uniform, and I look around, And I'm working with a bunch of nurses that have a bachelor's degree, and I have a master's degree. We don't forget what we learn in school. Just like nursing school, nobody forgets. They teach you the fundamentals. You take the fundamentals and you apply it at work. You don't become an expert overnight. It comes from on-the-job training. And it comes from experience. How am I supposed to get that? Not only am I a registered nurse, a board-certified nurse practitioner, but I'm also a veteran. Veterans always stand up for justice when others take a seat. That's why I'm here. I drove 3 hours to speak for 3 minutes because I care. There are plenty of other nurse practitioners that are in the same boat as I am, but they don't want to appear here. They simply choose to not represent and speak up. I'm asking you to repeal this law. Not in 2027, but today. You're preventing me from working and achieving my dreams. You're preventing me from serving the citizens of Texas. Thank you.
Well, first, thank you for your service to our country. You know, being a veteran, I did want to clarify that in the acute healthcare settings, we have BSN and MSN prepared nurses providing care at the bedside. So I understand that you kind of moved on to go ahead and assume a different role, but I think both are equally important at the bedside. So I just want to highlight that. And I wanted to clarify your first statement. Where did you go to school originally? Florida?
Walden University.
Oh, okay. And but did you reside in Texas the whole time?
No. I've been in Florida for the past 10 years.
Okay. So I just wanted to clarify, was the issue originally that you relocated from state and your original license was in Florida, or that you had the delay in taking the boards?
The issue was I had a delay in taking the boards, and once I took the boards, I moved and took the boards in July of 2025.
Okay. You took them in Texas or you took them in
Took
Florida?
them in Florida.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you very much for being here today. Our format is that we don't have discussions with you about what you have. I know that our staff has talked with you and is continuing to talk with you. And our rules are looked at and evaluated. We've even at this meeting looked at position statements and all. And there is a history of why those rules are in place and what we follow. Our mission is to protect the public, and we always look at the ability and the standards of what's required of an RN, an LVN, an RN, and an APRN. And so those rules have been written according to that. And at this point, we can't really have any debate with you about this. We appreciate the fact that you have brought this to us. You haven't been at our meeting today, but our history is when we have any kind of issue, it is researched and looked at, and we will decide future plans of action. And that's why we have the staff, and that's why we have these quarterly meetings, and that's why we have this open forum. Do you have anything else to add?
No, that's right. I mean, this is the open forum. It is an opportunity for the public to come and express their concerns or identify issues. Those issues, the open forum is designed to hear about issues that may be appropriate for future notice on the Texas Register where deliberations and decisions can be made. So appreciate it.
I do want to acknowledge the fact that you're a veteran. I want to acknowledge the fact that you've been to school. I'm a nurse practitioner. We have another nurse practitioner on the board. Dr. Benton has been a nurse practitioner. We have staff that are nurse practitioners. So we appreciate that. We appreciate your time that you've done I've not ever been a critical care nurse, but I appreciate that service as well. And I do not want or expect that you would have been disrespected at any time. And we acknowledge the fact that you're frustrated about that and that you want to go to work. So the 400 hours are equivalent to about 4 months of work. And that has been the standard. If someone did not have it, then they would get those 400 hours by doing precepting like they did in school, and then they have their license. So I'm saying more to you than I usually would say, but you are definitely not the first that has done this and has seen this, and we appreciate what you have to say and want you to feel respected by this board, and especially for your service to your country as well as to your patients.
Thank you.
Wishing to have a testify, it's 1:12 and open forum is closed. Okay, at this time, we'll go into, hold on just a second. So, I am seeing that we have our 9.1 review of board quarterly meeting evaluation. K-Ship is going to do that. Which is me. So I'm so proud of myself because Patricia always says, I need the evaluation. And I did it right after our last meeting. Couldn't even believe it. So we had 11 members present. And, the overall thing, I'm not going to read all of these. We always have the very same, maybe different wording, is that agenda is comprehensive and what we need, and prepares us the documentation. Patricia does a great job. That's a repeat. It's always said. And this one even talked about being impressed with the board's level of preparation, the board members coming, the knowledge level questions, and especially Drew. Somebody said that. So we need a little asterisk for Drew. Okay. Yeah, maybe. Sounds like him, doesn't it? So, but I think, and when I'm doing these, I'm still just reminded of how varied we are, and everyone has different qualities and experiences, and brings that to the forefront in our meetings. Reports reflect a lot of detail and hard work. The team has invested a lot of time in keeping us informed. No administrative issues, diversity of opinions, opportunities always offered. Some of the board members are amazing at sharing, while a few still need encouragement. Again, everyone's opinion matters. Board members prepare for the meeting and are ready to discuss based on opinion and expertise. Chair guides the meeting, admirable and knowledgeable. I didn't write that. Okay, future issues, so much in flux, but information is given to be prepared. Executive director does an amazing job presenting, narrating updates, high level with just enough detail to make updates meaningful. And we look forward to 9.2 attending for the sepsis presentation that had to be rescheduled. We didn't have that, so that was going to be rescheduled, is what that meant. And we had 4 missing, excused absences. So just, it really works well. And this meeting, we have 13, and that's really good. And before this group of board members. Sometimes we were worried about quorums, and we'd have 8 or 9, and so it's really encouraging to the dedication of the group. The meeting ended on time. Like today, we started like at 9:02. Yeah, IT rocks. As IT's in their room listening, IT worked well. We ended early. Kathy does a great job keeping the meeting on track. I guess I'm a slave driver sometimes. A little late starting to late arrivals of some members, and we understand traffic can be really bad for people trying to get here. Meeting room was conducive to work. Not as great as our building, because remember, we've kind of gotten used to this building, and we were meeting in the Jordan building, and so which does have that little cafeteria downstairs, which makes that kind of nice. And we will be there in April. Isn't that correct, Patricia? And April's. Oh. Okay.
That's crazy. It's just crazy, man.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Okay, I don't know if y'all could hear, but she said 2-day meeting, so put that on your schedule. We try really hard. When I first came on the board, we always had 2 day meetings, and we stayed until afternoon and flew out late. So the consent agenda helps a lot for us to be able to not have to have as much in front of us, even though we still have it to read. Not as easy to hear everyone. Enjoyed the message on the screen to talk into the mic, and because we had trouble with our mics over there. And then the other thing is we had these tables, and it's a room, and it's not something like this. And so Patricia got tablecloths and set it up where it looked real formal and did really a great job. So we've got those, because apparently we're going to have to go there twice a year. Is that still correct? Because we have to share, there's other boards that have the same day.
Or whoever has this room, we could just attend their open forum.
Yeah.
I bet they would probably change. You could have it. You can have it.
For sure. And then, and the last one, wow, Patricia knocked it out of the park on the Navy table linens. Yeah, that was a miscellaneous. I was just going to bring one thing up that's not on here. So one of the board members requested and wondered, when we're having these one-day meetings, if we wanted to try to come at 8:30 instead of 9 o'clock. And so Chris and I talked about, we could bring that to you. There's just a lot of moving parts to do that. And I think it makes it difficult, but it's, majority if you wanted to do it. I feel like we have several people who always drive in the morning. And so then that's going to add another 30 minutes. Those of us that are here. And so it's just historically always been 9 o'clock. And then this is the first time I couldn't get a flight out enough that if we met till 5, and it looks like we're going to finish 3-ish even. Who knew that would happen? And that's the staff working really hard and giving us really good information. And me being a sleigh driver, and doing lunch. I think doing the lunch in is just kind of good. We can kind of visit and chill a little bit and get back. And when we were in the hobby building, we left for a good solid hour to hour and a half, and that's part of the reason we went the next day, because there wasn't anything we could do. And so I always just want to be respectful of everyone's time. Some of you miss work and you do not get paid if you're not there. And I think, that we have the job to do. So I'm open for discussion. And, if there's anything to do different with the meetings.
I would say for me, I don't drive in for this meeting. I do come down the night before, but it would just depend on when does the staff get here. The setup is unbelievable. So if you guys aren't getting to the office until 8 or 8:30, that's going to put you under a time crunch for us to go 8:30. This is my 4 times out of the year that I get to sleep in a little bit. So I appreciate the 9, but that's just me. And by the time I stop and get my drink and all the things, I, for one, appreciate the 9, but I'll do whatever.
So I think that some of the things it's now that I live and I fly out of Amarillo instead of Lubbock, I don't have as many options, and so trying to finish, like today, the only flight was 6:20. Usually it's like 7 something, and I take that one. But today, so leaving at 5, finishing at 5-ish or whatever, and going in the traffic and trying to get to the airport wasn't going to really work out. And I think Allison has that issue, and Maisie, at times. So I'm kind of like, if we can stay on track and do the lunch, kind of like we did. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's nice that something is just right there and not leaving the building like we've done before. This side of the room, do you have any? When are you flying out, Drew? I drove. Oh, you drove? Okay. And Rick, I know you, what time do you have to leave?
Well, today's a classic example. I left 15 minutes earlier and still got here at the same time.
Oh. Yeah. So is that like a 2.5 hour drive? Or?
Oh, no. Yeah, it's an hour and 15 minutes. You know, and if we have no traffic, it's 45 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
No, I leave at 5 in the morning to get here by 8:30, 8:45. The last meeting, I was late. I left at 5, but between rec and because there's construction coming out of San Antonio, then there's construction from in on 35 coming in, but the traffic starts in right before you get to Kyle. It's red. If you look at when I look at my maps, it's red all the way in. Even going the toll and going around and coming that way, it's still. So I've tested it, you know, 30 minutes, and that's just to get here for 9 o'clock. I'm leaving at 5. It's crazy right now.
Well, and we want everybody here on time, but we understand that. But it
So
it doesn't.
8:30 would be.
Yeah, I leave my house at 4 a.m. for E&D to get here. So I don't come in the night before typically.
Mm-hmm. Well, I just wanted to bring it up and just kind of, I think just because we've done something always doesn't mean we still have to do it. But I think periodically, if we have things that we request and wondering or whatever. So if you guys are still okay, we'll keep it at 9, and we'll just try to stay on task. And you know, and April is, you know, remember that's our education programs, where today we only had 1, and so that makes a difference. And it was wonderful to have that report about the VN. I think just something new and different, and great to hear. So I think everybody has their evals, so if you'll do them for this meeting.
And then can I make a brief announcement?
Mm-hmm.
So National Council of State board members is asking for any achievements, leadership recognitions that you may have received. They like for their news and notes section to feature board members. And so if you would like to submit something, they want a high resolution photograph, and they also want about 100 to 200 word summary of your achievement. whether it's a promotion or leadership or whatsoever. If you want to circulate that to me, I'm happy to get it to them. They've asked for that deadline to be February 6th, but I would say get it to me earlier than that. So more like February 1st. If you could get that to me via email, about a 100 to 200 word write-up about any achievements, leadership, recognition that you may have. And I'll get it to the right people.
Well, and so I want Drew to tell everybody, he may have told some of you what happened to him as being a nurse on the national stage.
So, yeah, thanks.
So we're going to send this in.
The week before Christmas, I had an opportunity, was invited to the White House and was in the Oval Office when President Trump signed an executive order. And it was related to health care and moving marijuana from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 on the FDA controlled substance schedule, which essentially doesn't legalize marijuana, but it does allow for research to be done on THC-containing products, because right now, anything Schedule 1 you can't obtain for research purposes. So we can't do a clinical trial or a clinical investigation on whether it's helpful, not helpful, works. We don't know the dosing. And so it was a really cool opportunity to be there. The president came in, and there were several of us, obviously, in the Oval Office, and he was chatting with some of us that were standing directly behind the desk. And he said, "Okay, who's in healthcare?" And 4 or 5 of us raised our hand. A lot of other people were advocates, et cetera. So we went around each person, and there were physicians, there was a pharmacist, and then he asked me, "Who are you and what do you do?" And I told him, and he's like, "We're the other nurses," and nobody raised their hand. So I was the only nurse in the Oval Office when this was signed. So he says to me, "Well, you must represent all of them then." And I was like, no, I absolutely do not. But it was a very cool experience to see to be in the Oval Office and with a sitting president, but also to sort of see how that process happens. It was very cool. So yeah, thanks. Oh yeah, I got a coin. Oh yeah, I got a bunch. Yeah. Yeah, and I got a no, I didn't get a pen. He was handing out pens at the end, and I was one of the last, because of where I was standing, I was one of the last people to leave the room, and he ran out of pens. Oh, no. But I did get, I'll pass this around. He gave me his challenge coin. So this was, he said there's only 100 of this particular one made. I don't know if that's true or not, but it made me feel special. So yeah, I'll pass it around if anybody wants to see it. It's a lot heavier than it looks. I brought it down. I thought y'all'd like to see it. So it was very cool to be there, and to be representing nursing and how the administration valued the input of nurses and our opinion on healthcare. Kind of matters, I guess.
Very nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a beforehand. So Secretary Kennedy was there. Dr. Oz from CMS and Dr. McCary from FDA were all in the Roosevelt room ahead of time, and so I had about a 10-minute, kind of one-on-one conversation with all of them, just sort of in general about obviously healthcare and healthcare-related stuff. But it was very cool. And the White House was right before Christmas. And we got to do kind of a behind-the-scenes West Wing, little bit of a tour, and it was very cool and intimidating.
Nice.
All 6 billion or whatever.
Okay, so now we're going to have our board development budget overview. Giselle is going to be with us, and Lori. So I didn't have her down on here, and they have a PowerPoint.
She's here for support. She's my emotional support.
Yes, and I just want to say I'm just so proud of you for taking over for Hemet and Mark to Hemet to you, and just tell them how many years have you been here and kind of your story a little bit.
I started with the Texas Board of Nursing August of 2009. And I started in customer service and made my way through the agency to enforcement as an ad tech, and then an investigator, back to licensing as a license and permit specialist, then to accounting for procurement. I did a little stint away for 5 months at HHS, and then came back as a policy and budget analyst. And then now I'm here, and I have big shoes to fill, but Hamed and Mark have been great mentors. So, and I'm very grateful for Kristen. She's a great leader and supportive, and I couldn't be any more grateful to be here.
Well, we're so glad to have you. And I love that when you rise up, so you have an idea since you're in operations.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Big picture.
Thank you, gals. Okay.
Okay, so good afternoon, Madam President, board members. My name is Giselle Gonzalez, Director of Operations for the Board of Nursing, and I have Lori Perez, our Chief Financial Officer, here with me. Today's presentation is going to be a high-level overview of the state of Texas budget and how it works, and then how the Board of Nursing fits within that framework. So my goal today is not to go into line item details, but to provide context so that future budget-related discussions and decisions that are made make sense to you in the future. So today, I'm going to start with covering the state budget timeline, and so that you can see where we are currently in the budget cycle and how the planning unfolds over multiple years. And then I'm going to explain to you what the General Appropriations Act is. And after that, we will discuss how the Board of Nursing fits into the broader state budget through a fiscal size up. And then lastly, I'm going to leave you guys with a few key takeaways. So before we start, I know we kind of talked about some acronyms and not knowing what some of these are, so I did want to start off with a few of those before we jump in. I'm not going to read every single one, but I do want to highlight a few of the ones that you'll hear throughout this presentation. So I want to start with the General Appropriations Act, which is the law that actually appropriates biennial funding to state agencies, and it sets our authority, our spending authority. And then I'll jump up to appropriated. When we say funds are appropriated, we are referring to both the dollar and the associated FTEs that are authorized for a specific fiscal year and the authority that comes with that. And then legislative appropriations request. You're going to hear that between now and the end of the year at least, or into, this is a term you'll always hear. I'll also refer to it as the LAR, so an acronym there. And that's our formal request for funding that each agency has to submit to the legislator for the upcoming biennium. And then LBB, I don't want to say Legislative Budget Board because you'll hear that a lot today, but we're going to refer to that as LBB. Okay, so this slide is kind of overwhelming. Don't get overwhelmed. I know it's very busy, but this slide actually represents our roles here, and our roles revolve around this oval. The Texas operates on a 2-year budget cycle, and this graphic is a visual representation of the state's strategic plan, our performance budgeting and performance monitoring system. And so the starting point for the biennium starts at about the 1 o'clock position. And so right now we're operating under the fiscal year 26-27 biennial budget, which is also the beginning, while we're also beginning the phase into this next LAR. The red arrow shows you where we currently are in the budget cycle. And then there's a few other stars marked there, but I don't really want to touch on that now. The next slide, hopefully it's a little bit more clear in the next slide. Okay. So this slide is essentially represents the oval that we just viewed, but it's laid out in a timeline that is easier for you to follow. And it shows how the agency planning, legislative review, and the final appropriations all occur well in advance of the biennium. Currently, we're entering the strategic and base budget development phase. So over the next couple of months, our agency, or every agency, will receive instructions for strategic plan and base reconciliation that will be due before June. So the strategic plan covers a 5-year period. So it'll be covering fiscal year 27 to 2031, and it's completed every even numbered year. And again, it's due in June, and we are required to submit it to the agencies listed there in your slide. So the base reconciliation, what that is, it's actually the first step in our next legislative appropriations request. So during this process, we take our actual budget, we take our approved budget and compare it against our actual spending and estimates. And that sets the baseline for the LER. And then that'll kind of take us into what I will call the legislative appropriations phase. So in July, we are going to receive the LAR instructions from the LBB, along with the biennial operating plan instructions. We've been working towards that already, so that's just when we have to go and enter it into the LBB system, and that's due in August. Shortly after that, September, October, we will then participate in joint budget hearing discussions. So Dr. Benton and the team will go before the LBB and the governor's office. And during that time, we'll discuss our LAR submission. We will explain and justify our requests and our performance targets, our funding levels, and any other budget considerations. Once the LBB concludes all of the joint budget hearings, they'll take the LARs from every single state agency, and they will draft a general appropriations bill for the next biennium. And then that takes us into the new year. So January 12, 2027, the 90th legislative session begins, and they will meet for 140 days. In January, they will formally file the general appropriations bill. And then between February and March, Dr. Benton will provide testimony before the Senate Finance Committee, the House Appropriations Committee. And then what's not reflected here is what happens kind of on the back end in April and May. Formal hearings are concluded during that time. And then the House Appropriations and Senate Committee, the House Appropriations and the Senate Committee revised their versions of the bill. So they decided, let's approve this, let's approve that. And then they reconcile it. Conference committee drafts a report, and then both chambers have to approve it. Once it's approved, it goes to the governor and for the bill to be approved. And then May 31st is sine die, end of session. After that, we are working to close out the existing fiscal year and getting ready to implement whatever legislation was passed. Okay, so General Appropriations Act, what is that? We keep talking about it. That's this big bad boy here. So in here, every single state agency's budget is laid out. And so what I've have here is the Texas Board of Nursing 26-27 budget. You'll see that it has our method of finance and then the number of full-time equivalents that we were appropriated. So our overall budget is just over 17.3 million per fiscal year, and then we are capped at 156.7 FTEs. This is a continuation of what you'll find in here for the Board of Nursing. So funding is appropriated at the strategy level and not as a single lump sum. So the structure ensures that funds are used to achieve specific goals established by the legislator. And for the Board of Nursing, we have 4 legislative approved goals, as you can see in the slide. And each one has a strategy designated to achieve those goals. And then the bottom line you can see is still 17.3. So that's just the breakout for each strategy and goal. And lastly, we have our performance measures, which are how the state evaluates whether agencies are meeting legislative expectations. These targets are reported publicly and monitored by oversight entities like the State Auditor's Office and the LBB. So I'm not sure if you recall, but in the first slide, the oval, there were brown boxes. Those are quarterly reports that we have to submit to the Legislative Budget Board. These goals that we have here, these performance measure targets, we have to report on those quarterly, so they are monitored. They're not aspirational, and they are tied, again, to each strategy and each goal. Okay, so we have what Hemet used to call the solar system. And so this is, the LBB conducts and produces a fiscal size up biannually describing how funds were appropriated. And each state agency is organized into articles. So you can see there's 10 up there. There's actually 9. There's one missing between Article 8 and 10, but they are broken out into articles, and then that's how they are listed in the GAA. So in total, we fall under Article 8. In total, Article 8 make up $6.7 billion of the entire 26-27 state budget. And if you're curious, I won't go too much into it, but for example, Article 1, you have the Attorney General's office. It falls under Article 1, along with the Comptroller and several other agencies. In Article 2, that one's pretty straightforward. That's such a huge budget there, but that's your Health and Human Services. Article 3, Higher Ed. 4 seems to be the smallest, or one of the smallest, along with the Legislator, which is Article 10. We have Public Safety. DPS falls under that. Natural Resources, which is Article 6. You'll find your Parks and Wildlife and General Land Office agency under that. And then Business and Economic Development, that's going to be your DMV, TxDOT. And Article 8, where we are, is Regulatory. And then I will go on to the next slide. So these are all of the agencies that make up Article 8. There's 22 of them, and 10 of them are health related, such as the Board of Nursing. And just at a quick glance, you'll notice that the Public Utilities Commission makes up the bulk of Article 8 at just over $5 billion. Okay, so just to compare, so we're almost finished. The next several slides are going to be visuals, and they're visuals that compare the Texas Board of Nursing against other health-related regulatory agencies under Article 8. And so this first graph that you see compares fiscal year 24-25 to fiscal year 26-27. So it was the 88th and 89th session and what we were appropriated. And as you can see, we come in second. We have the second largest budget against other health-related agencies. This next slide compares FTE caps across the same group of health-related regulatory agencies, and here we come in second in size. So medical board, they have the most, 270 staff. We are capped at 156.7. Optometry board has 6 people. And so what I went ahead and did from the fiscal size up that the LBB completed, I pulled the fiscal year 26 performance measure targets. Again, these are targets and what we expect to complete, and summarize them into these pie charts. So the visuals are intended to show scale and relative workload and not to compare the state performance or each agency's performance. So from what you can see, the Board of Nursing has the largest volume of licensees and overall workload. And the pie chart on the left is the number of new licenses each agency is expected to issue during the 26 fiscal year. The slide on the right are the number of licenses we expect to renew. And then the last slide will show us the number of projected complaint resolutions for fiscal year 26. So again, we have the largest volume by far against all other health regulatory agencies. Okay, so a few takeaways. We operate in a multi-year the state of Texas operates in a multi-year structured process, and we begin this process well before the new biennium starts. We're always planning, we're getting ready, and we're preparing. And then the GAA, that is what gives us the legal authority, tells us how we can spend the money, how many full-time equivalents we can hire, and it sets our funding levels. And those funding levels are tied to strategies and goals that we have to meet. And then that's where the performance measures come in. They really matter. And it's all public, and that's what drives our future funding decisions. And then a few sources here. This all came from the Legislative Budget Board. Thank you, guys. Do you guys have any questions? Thank you.
Madam President, just an amazing presentation.
Yes.
Because it's a pretty complex set of activities that you end up going through. My real question is, can we get a copy of, I love your slide on the, what did you call it? The overall.
Oh, the oval.
The oval,
yes,
yeah.
absolutely.
The complexity and part of the reason I'm asking is I often get asked questions about how do I get this bill passed? And what I want to tell folks is you're too late if you've already asked that and the session started.
Yes,
you need to start 2 years ahead of time.
Yes.
But I think that paints the picture so well. So thank you for doing that.
Absolutely. I'll be happy to share that.
Awesome.
Thank you. Lori, do you want to add anything?
So Mark was just the Energizer Bunny, here forever. You weren't quite sure what he was doing, but he was always doing it. All these places and going around. Do some of you from staff relate to that as Mark? And then Hemet comes in with this color-coded sheet that he taped together several legal pads or something and so that was colored, and his plan of action. So did you make that circle from his?
No, the oval it comes from the Legislative Budget Board.
Okay.
I just went and marked it up with dates, right? So they just have one in every new biennium. We go and update the dates and other little changes that are there. Yeah, I can't take credit for that. That's the LBB.
Well, in Hemet, I was like, he's going to have double readers or something because everything was so little, and he had all that. Because how do you keep up with it? And so great job, gosh.
Well, I'm going to speak up and say you did a great job. Yes, thank you so much. I mean, the timing is perfect because it really sets the stage for the decision making our board will have to consider as we get ready for the LAR. So yeah, thank you so much.
And Lori, just tell us, everybody, kind of what you do with Gazelle and all. So you're sitting there very quietly, and I know that you are a worker bee and math, accounting, all of that stuff.
Yeah, I've been with the board for 15 years, and always been in accounting. So that's just been my job for my whole career. But like I say, I've gone through Mark, Hemet, now Giselle, and it's always just great to see all just the different things that we have to do it's the same process, but it's always something different because obviously we're asking for different things, and there's new things to think about every time. So we also rely on the board a lot, to give us feedback on what y'all think is important. So that's always, we always look forward to hear from y'all to see what y'all are thinking or what you think, which direction we need to go. So it's very helpful.
It's just great, 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 great. Okay. Yes, and so remember that we have a committee for board development.
Yes, so Carol, Daryl, and Mary Grace. And I guess it was in November, we started discussing, future board developments. We try to have something at each meeting that is educational for everyone. And so obviously today we had state budgeting and some of the ideas that were tossed around and considered. So April's our next meeting. So the role of board members at eligibility and disciplinary committee hearings was one that got a lot of votes. And then in July, potentially an overview of the peer assistance program for nurses was discussed. And then later down the road, perhaps either during our retreat, because typically we have a retreat in October just ahead of the ledge session to really get into some of the detail of what's in the LAR. Another budgeting part 2 was contemplated, and then artificial intelligence in January as it relates to nursing regulation or regulation in general. And then the nurse licensure compact is kind of, penciled in too. So there are lots of topics. Those are, not meant to limit. I mean, if something comes up, I don't think they couldn't get their legal department to approve.
I guess we'll tell them.
Yeah. So other ideas are always welcome. And again, the board liaisons are Carol, Daryl, and Mary Grace.
I think that, when we do our retreat and it's like the last time, and kind of talk about like where we were and we had just finished, remember we're every 2 years. So then we skip a year, but now we're already thinking about, because this time in January of next year, we'll be testifying about what everything was decided this year, and what we looked at. And some of those things are, we didn't get money for our education question that we had, or a data, what was it called? The education database for education for our consultants, which we thought we really needed. And then we didn't get about the website.
And the enforcement.
And a module for enforcement. And so, because we're still operating on things that are kind of old, and been around for a while, and technology's changed so much. So, but those were turned down. But praise the Lord, we got that extra money for Operation Nightingale when we had those extra 300 cases, so anyway, just part of the big picture. So great job. Any questions, statements? Anything? Okay, guys, I can't even believe it. It's 1:55. We could have gone out to lunch. Yeah. We could hit somewhere. Yeah, we could hit happy hour. She said it's 5 o'clock somewhere. So wow. Goodness. Okay, do your avowals. Travel safe. So I'm adjourning. And I just want to say to everyone, and it'll probably make me cry, but thank you so much for your thoughts and prayers. It's never easy to lose anyone or lose a parent. And I want to shout out to Tony, who's just gone through. We talked that December's not a good month for us. And everybody's been so kind. The flowers were wonderful, the cards and prayers, and we felt it. We feel that love and caring. And, you know, we've been charged at this time. I think it's a godly thing that I am where I am. I think God prepared me my whole career to do this. And I certainly wasn't on my bucket list. You know, so each and every one of you are very dear to me, and I care about the job we do, and you as staff, what you do. So, okay, I wasn't going to do that. It's one of those ambushes, Tony.